All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order. I declare we do have quorum. Councillor Renwick and Schumacher send their regrets, but we do have quorum. And I'm going to ask the mayor to read the land acknowledgement statement.
Oops. Thank you, Chair Stone. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabeg under the terms of the Robinson-Huron Treaty No. 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions toward real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations.
Thank you very much for that. I have a motion moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that the Planning Council agenda dated September 13, 2023 be hereby adopted as printed and circulated. All in favor? And that's carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. Item 4.1 for myself.
Excellent. The first item.
For,
okay.
yes,
Thank you.
for employment reasons. Yes, thank you.
All right. I'd like to welcome everyone to the public portion of the meeting to consider applications to amend the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act. The procedure for the public meeting will be as follows. A brief explanation of the purpose and effect of the application and any correspondence received to date will be given by staff. The applicant or the representative will be asked to provide any additional comments without repeating the information already outlined by staff. Any members of the public present, in person or electronically, will then be permitted to ask questions or provide comments respecting the applications. Council will then have the opportunity to question the applicant, the planner, or anyone giving presentations. Once the public meeting is concluded, the input received and the proposed amendments will be considered by council. Any persons making representation are requested to first state their name and mailing address, and please note the presentations are limited to 10 minutes. Please be informed that an appellant must provide an oral submission at the public meeting or a written submission prior to the passage of the CPP bylaw amendment. Otherwise, the Ontario Land Tribunal may dismiss the appeal. If you wish to be notified of the passage of a bylaw, you must file either with the recording secretary or with the clerk a written request for notification prior to the passage of the proposed bylaw. Each notice of complete application and public meeting included in the explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed amendment, and notice was required to be posted at the subject lands. Notice was therefore considered to have been provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and applicable sections of the Huntsville Official Plan. And we're moving on to our first application, the HLD Corporation on Edwell Road, and Kelsey's going to speak to that.
Thank you very much. I'll just get myself set up. So thank you, Mr. Chair, again. Through you, the subject property is located at 225 Etwell Road. The property is within the waterfront designation, and the property is within the waterfront backlot precinct. Oops. The purpose and effect of the consent applications is to create 3 rural residential lots. The amendment application is to change the precinct on the severed lands from waterfront backlot to rural residential with exception for the first 2 lots, and rural residential exception YY for the last 3rd lot. And then it was realized in the review period that the retained lot will also be deficient in frontage, so we've also added an exception for that lot. So the waterfront backlot provision requires a lot area of 4 hectares and a minimum lot frontage of 134 meters. As the severed lots do not meet the minimum lot frontage requirement, a CPPA was required to amend the precincts from waterfront backlot to rural residential precinct. The rural residential precinct permits minimum lot areas of 2 hectares, which these lots meet, and a minimum lot frontage of 134 meters on a year-round maintained road. The proposed severed lots and the retained lot do not comply with this requirement, therefore a CPPA is also required. On here just shows the change in the frontage for the retained lot. So it was originally shown as 172 and now it's 128.3. These frontages and area policies promote fiscally responsible planning in rural areas and community as a whole by simultaneously discouraging unsustainable development patterns consistent with urban development sprawl, and by steering growth instead towards designated intensification areas where services and infrastructure exist and can be expanded to accommodate new higher density housing options in an economically prudent manner. Therefore, the creation of undersized lots is not supported in our official plan policy. There were steep slopes identified on the property as well as deer yard stratum 1 and stratum 2. The deer yard stratum 1 and steep slope areas were outside of the proposed lots and do not appear to impact the severed lots. However, deer area stratum 2 is identified on the severed lands. A technical report by a qualified professional may be required to identify measures to conserve critical habitat. With the proposed lot creation, the town requested a technical study to review the wintering habitat at the pre-consultation stage. No technical report nor additional information was provided to adequately address this constraint and how existing conifer stands will be maintained. The 2020 provincial policy statement also applies to this proposal. The PPS encourages a broad mix of housing that's compatible with rural landscape and appropriate to the infrastructure which is planned or available. To protect the rural character and encourage growth that is compatible with the existing and planned rural infrastructure, as well as valuable natural resources and constraints common to the rural area. The town adopted official plan intended to discourage fragmentation of rural lands into small land holdings that are difficult and costly to service and conflict with other uses. As the proposed rural residential lots created through this proposal will result in 3 undersized lots, the proposal would appear not to conform with the intent of the official plan and would not be compatible with the rural landscape nor appropriate to planned or available infrastructure. The lands are included in the rural waterfront designation within the district official plan. District comments were provided in attachment 4. District staff had no objection provided their conditions were fulfilled. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the community planning permit bylaw. 4 letters of objection were provided with a range of concerns, including the reduced frontage and environmental concerns, which some of these were addressed in staff's report. Given the analysis of the town's policy and proposal, the application would appear not to conform to the intent of the official plan, nor be consistent with the provincial policy statement. As such, staff are recommending a denial. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. I'll call on the applicant or representative to make comments. Yep.
Thank you. My name is Savas Radis of Plan Muskoka, P.O. Box 5384, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H2K7. I'm here representing HLD Corporation as their agent and as a professional planner, and I'm also joined by Mr. House from HLD Corporation behind me as well, too. I figured I would start probably just by providing some background in terms of how we came up with this plan, because I think we've heard a little bit about from staff about the concern with meeting the intent of the official plan. And when Mr. House approached me and asked me to sort of look at maybe what kind of lot creation we could do on this property, the first thing we did was look at the amount of frontage that's on the existing land holdings, which is 448 meters of frontage. When you divide that by 4, which is what you were left with in terms of the amount of lot frontages along this roadway with this proposal, you have an average of 112 meters of frontage, which, keeping in mind, though, 134 is sort of the target of the official plan, we saw that fell short. But then if you do it by 3, which is 1 less lot along that frontage, you get 150 meters of frontage. So it's actually over the average ends up being over the amount of 134 meters of frontage. So looking at that, we thought, okay, well, we could look at potentially 4 lots, three lots plus 1 retained on this property. The property's large. It's 140 acres of land. It's presently used partially as a farm, and it's heavily wooded as well. So it's a large land holding. So looking at, the intent of the Fisher Plan, trying to prevent fragmentation of the rural landscape, we're left with a large retained land. So there is a lot of land that's going to be left in its sort of natural state or in its current state, I guess you could say. We also look at the character of the area. That's another thing we normally look at. And so when you look at the lots in the existing area, there's a pretty wide range of frontages and lot sizes. You have some very small lots. You have some larger lots. Looking at the lots directly across the road from this property, and when you run the average frontage on those properties, I didn't plan this. It came to exactly 100 meters. So, that led us, again, to believe that maybe erring on the side of being slightly deficient on all these proposed lots may not necessarily be as impactful to the area as it could be in an area that had larger lot frontages. When you look at the official plan, it also caps you at 3 consents per land holding as of June 2006. So again, looking at 140 acres of property, having the idea that we can get 3 lots from this property and that is it by consent, again, seemed doable given the intent and policies of the official plan and the way that sort of our analysis was sort of heading. Another thing that we looked at too is Mr. House wanted to ensure that the retained land could still be functioning as a farm. So by lessening the frontages of the proposed lots, it allows more of the farm field to remain intact, and that field could continue to operate that farm. And if we were to sort of, let's say, average it out at 112 per lot all the way through, more of that field would be actually consumed by the separate lots, but the density would remain the same. It's also fair to note that the official plan actually does consider some rural growth to occur as well. We all know that we try to direct most of our growth in the urban center areas. The official plan's target is 60% growth in the urban centers. The remaining 40 is split among the other land use designations. 7% goes to waterfront, and that leaves 33% for rural lands and 33% for rural lands and the community rural boundaries as well too. So, I'm not saying that every single proposal from the rural law creation just automatically should get a buy for that basis, but we do have a lot of urban growth happening in Huntsville, and the official plan seeks to have a balance between some rural growth occurring as well at the same time. So another thing too is, and I know I've pointed out this before in the past, the official plan does have policies in it that speak to numerical numbers in the official plan to be used as numerical guidelines only, and that minor deviations from those numbers could occur as long as the intent of the official plan is maintained. So, one can look at the word minor and that's a pretty subjective term. Some person might see 100 meters of frontage from 134. That is not a minor deficiency, that's a major deficiency, and other people could see it as minor. I can tell you that just looking at the way that the Planning Act's word interpretation of minor in the 4 tests of a minor variance, it is deemed that minor is based on impact. So if you're looking at the impact of lots as small as 100 meters of frontage on the proposed lot, when you look at the area, if you have an average of 100 meters of frontage in the area, it's, I think, hard to say that these lots would be so small that they would have an impact in the area in terms of both maintaining its character and also maintaining the intent of the official plan as well. So also, and I know I've pointed this out before in another presentation I provided to council, but looking at the way the PPS is worded, I had previously noted in another application that I was in front of you guys for, was that there's been a change from 2014 to 2020's PPS in terms of the type of development, residential development, permitted in the rural designation of land. And it went from requiring limited residential development to locally appropriate in the 2020. And now what we're seeing in the 2023 draft is that the word locally appropriate residential growth is now being replaced by multi-lot residential. So there is a trend, I think, that I've sort of noticed over the last 10 years that the provincial government is actually trying to leverage more housing out of the rural area than it was before. It's not to say that we're not trying to focus our growth on urban growth centers still, But I think there is some lands that could be utilized for residential growth. And I think this application seeks to leverage those lands for, I think, a proposal that it's not necessarily as far from the intent of the district plan that staff may have noted in their presentation in their staff report. So it's the one last thing I'd say, that the lots are flat, they're easily developed, they're sandy. They could, I don't think there's any concern in terms of the size in accommodating a well and a septic system on each property. And one last thing to note too is that it is a district road at Well Road. The district has reviewed the proposal and they believe that the frontages are sufficient, and they have pretty strict policies in terms of that. One of the things that they do look at is the surrounding area. And by looking at the surrounding area and the type of frontages you have along Atwell Road in that area, they deem that this would not necessarily create an unsafe situation. They provided for some conditions that there's no issue in terms of implementing on this proposal. So I think that's all I have to add, and I would request that the application be approved. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. I will go to members of the public who are present that would like to speak to this application. I'm not seeing anybody jumping up. Any members of the public electronically? You would need to raise your electronic hand if you'd like to speak.
Chair Stone, I see one hand raised.
All right, if you can bring them in.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. My video says it's there.
All right, well, there we go.
Hi.
Hello there.
Okay. I would just like to address a couple of comments that were made. I live
Just
on
one
the
second, if you could just give us your name and address, if you would.
Okay, I'm Diane Watts-Franey, and I live on 232 Atwell Road.
Wonderful, thank you. Go ahead.
And I did submit a letter with my concerns, and I know some of my neighbors had too. So one of the things I'd like to address that I'm not sure what the gentleman's name was before representing HLD, he said the average lot size. That's because there's one small lot across from him. So if you include that 100 or 120 foot lot, that's going to make all the rest of us reduce. My frontage is 428 feet. My neighbors I know is 413. Beyond that is similar, I believe. And then so there's four of us all that have 10-acre parcels of land across from this property. And I know we're zoned RU1, and RU1, we have to have 150 meters to maintain RU1. So the retained lands that HLD is trying to sever off of, he's trying to get down to 128 meters, when in actual fact, I think it should be 150 meters. I'm not sure of the rules 100%. So he's trying to actually get, to me, he wants an extra lot in there, trying to promote growth and whatever. And we're all saying, we all live here with our lots this big. So we're trying to say, just keep to the rules and stick to the rules and make them the same size. The other big concern is here we have a lot of rural animal, like wildlife, right? So you have deer and wolves and coyotes and all that. And the more you pack houses into these areas, the more you squish these animals out, or you now make them interact with humans all the time. And then people, unfortunately decide they're going to shoot wolves or whatever because they don't like them in their backyard. The other concern we have is there is water and creeks running adjacent to these properties. There is a huge rock ridge along the back. If he is truly going to just keep this as a farm, that's great. If not, he's going to do future development. That would become a concern because he'd have to be blasting rock to make lots back there. So those are my concerns. I just wanted to bring them up. And the fact that when he's saying average size across the road, that's because one lot is smaller. So when you average that with the other four lots, it decreases it. Okay, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for that. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this application, either present or electronically?
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. Then I go to council members. Any comments or questions? Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and through you. I made some notes when I was reading this application. I'll just be honest, I'm firmly in favor of it for a lot of reasons. As Mr. Veratis mentioned, there is a big focus on urban core development for sure, and it makes sense to get people on services, but not everybody moves to Huntsville to live in a condo downtown, right? I live on a rural lot on South Wasiosa Lake Road with 200 feet of frontage, much smaller than these lots would be, and I can't see my neighbors, we're far enough apart, it's still very rural. Our lots are rural. These lots would still be rural. If you look at the surrounding neighborhood, the mobile home park is right next door. In fact, I'd like to see that mobile home park expanded when we talk about affordable housing. That's a great option. And then Silverwood subdivision is across the road from the mobile home park with a lot of smaller lots. It's consistent. If you go further down Etwell Road, I was on the mapping last night. If you go further down Etwell Road, there are a whole bunch of 200-foot lots. This isn't inconsistent with the neighborhood. The benefits are huge. We're not in a housing crisis. Whatever's ahead of a crisis, we're past crisis for housing. To have 3 more units built with families living in them, I think is a win for our town. It also creates rural communities. I'm the middle of 3 200-foot lots. If there was more lots like that around my neighborhood, there'd be more kids for my kids to play with, less reason for me to Uber my kids into town every day to see their friends. You know, there's a lot of benefits to creating rural communities. My brother-in-law and I helped bring a tree off a neighbor's property right next door because she's a single elderly lady. We went over and took care of that. More neighbors creates more communities and creates better neighbors. The big benefit to me as well, I just make sure I word it right, is just talking about our growth projections. We are growing, we know this, and if we don't allow more rural development, I understand the arguments against it for environmental reasons, I get all that, but if we don't allow more rural development and we only focus on the urban core, we're gonna run out of land. And when we run out of land, the people that suffer are the locals that have less options and can't afford to live here. The rest of the people are gonna continue to move here because we have one of the best places in the world to live. That's never gonna change. But this is an opportunity for us to look at creating a couple lots, and I'm sorry to go on, but I really do think this is the kind of stuff we have to do. I appreciate the neighbors' concerns, 100%. I get why you would be concerned about creating more lots. I know some of the concerns were about maybe we had donations from developers and whatnot. I can tell you I have no relationship with Mr. House. I have no donations from Mr. House. This is a completely unbiased opinion, and I would love to see this go through. Thank you.
Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and thank you, Councillor Morrison, for those comments. I too support this application, but I do have a couple of questions around that, and that I think it really matters whenever we look at these proposed severances in the rural area. Certainly, I was around for the rewriting of the official plan, and so I understand the intent. And so I get the arguments you've made, Kelsey, for sure. But we always talked about the character of the neighborhood, you know, of the area. And Councillor Morrison referred to that, as did Mr. Serratis. So I looked at the area and I heard one of the person that objected saying it was focusing on one property. But in fact, I think if you look at the entirety of the area, there are lots of properties that are smaller, that have smaller frontages, and it's a mixture. And so I think that when we refer to character, the proposal for 3 separate lots actually fits. And it was so much so that I was looking at an item later in the agenda on housekeeping, and one of them actually references the whole issue of what we do with where a lot has lesser frontage or area required by, and there's more writing around that. And we've may proceed subject to the development meeting all other applicable provisions of the bylaw, provided the character of the lot is consistent with the surrounding area. So I think there's a housekeeping item that we're actually considering later on, and we've talked about this. So from that perspective, I think it meets the test. I'm assuming this is a question that the technical study, when asked for, wasn't done because the district had signed off on this. Maybe maybe if I could have follow up on why that's the case.
Kelsey?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So the technical report was identified for the stratum 2 deer wintering habitat, and it says that we may require a technical report. And usually when we're dealing with a lot of clearing, we'd like to have that technical report just to see how it will impact the local wildlife environment. So Madeline had done the pre-con and had requested that, and that wasn't provided upon application. And it wasn't, yeah.
Thank you for that. So I've noticed that, Savas, you're joining us. Perhaps there is some discussion that could be had around that, because we also do think that protecting our wildlife and the habitat for our wildlife, one of the concerns that was raised was around environment. So I'd love to hear your response.
Savas?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think it was noted that there's stratum 1 and stratum 2 deer wintering habitat on the property, and that these severed lands, the area that they're in is the stratum 2, which is the lesser sensitivity in terms of deer wintering. And staff can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe when in our review of the official plan, not only do we see that there may be the requirement for review, so there's some flexibility as to whether it's required or not. There also is some, and Kirsten might know better than me on this one, but there's some M&R guidance as to whether that when you're in stratum or in any deer wintering habitat, that a 90 by 90 meter lot size should be, if it can be achieved, and I think this is straight out of your official plan as well too. If this can be achieved, that it would have a negligent impact on deer wintering. You know, and you could look at it from the perspective of when deer are crossing a property. If you have 300-foot wide lots at a minimum, they're able to find their way through a house. Like a deer's not going to walk directly at a house and hit it and stop. So they're going to go around it. So there appear to be some. Given the massive amount of property that this landholding is based in, and given those guidelines from the M&R, we felt that these lots, as long as they're, and I'm assuming there's going to be a potential to implement these by way of a CPP permit. I looking at Kirsten or Kelsey for this, but we expect that there's going to be a significant amount of vegetation maintained on these properties. Like, they're large properties, 2 hectares in size, and they're not going to be clear cut. This is not a development that's going to completely clear a whole portion of vegetation or forested area outside that would prevent deer from moving through on a wintering basis. So it was sort of those ideas behind that. Maybe these 3 lots wouldn't necessarily be, as long as we have them large enough, the 90 by 90 meter frontage and lot size, that we are able to avoid the need for that, and that's why it was not.
Okay, thank you very much.
May I follow up on that?
Sure.
Just a quick follow-up. So I guess if there was any appetite for the table to approve this application, would the applicant consider, as far as the permit process, that there would be some explanation as to how the applicant would address that question that you've just talked about?
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and I agree with what's been said by my previous 2 speakers here. I always call into question that it's a waterfront back lot, and it seems so far removed from the water that it seems questionable to me, and it does this come up at a housekeeping item later in our CPP. The rural nature is in the surrounding area has compatibility with the proposal, I feel. All along Etwell Road and surrounding roads, there's lots of similar sizes. So the PPS talks about compatibility, and I see it being compatible. The other thing is the district noted in their comments that they felt it was compatible as well. So at some point, do we address this in the PPS? And as far as the lot sizes go, Councillor Morrison alluded to the crisis that we're in. So when we made our OP and came up with these lot sizes, we weren't in the current situation we're in. So it's been discussed many times around this table, at what point do we put that under review and make possible changes so we can expedite these matters and making it more feasible for people to build reasonable lots. So I'm in support of this application, and I have nothing nothing more to say.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Just a question for the applicant's planner. Just wondering if you could elaborate on what the plan is for the retained lands. Is there going to be any further development, or what's the plan with that?
Savis.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as far as I know, no future development is proposed for those lands, and this application doesn't touch upon that. You can ask Mr. House directly if you'd want. He's sitting behind me, but as far as I'm concerned, we have no plans for future development on those lands.
All right. If Mr. House has a different answer, he can come forward. Otherwise, we'll go with that one. Mr. Clark?
Thank you, Chair Stone. Just to follow up, I also would echo some of the other responses around the table here. I'd support the application. As Councillor Fitzgerald mentioned, the District of Muskoka recommended approval, so I would tend to agree with that. And I would echo some of Councillor Morrison's comments as well. At almost 5 acres per lot, I feel that the lots are not going to negatively impact the neighborhood.
Deputy Mayor Armour?
Thanks, Chair Stone. I just feel I should say something. I think everybody's already asked all the questions, and I am supportive of this. Thanks.
All right. If there's no other comments from committee, then Kelsey, did you wish to add something?
Yes, apologies. I just wanted to add that as there were objections for the consent application, there would also have to be a resolution put forward for the consent, because it wouldn't be able to be supported by Director Maxwell signing it because there has been objections.
Okay, thank you very much. So if there's no other questions by committee, I will entertain a motion to amend, if so choose. Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Do I need to read the original? So is this the original? That's the original. That's the amendment that we're to deny. Okay. All right. We're past the public portion. All right. I need to read the original motion, which was moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that the Planning Council deny Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment Application CPPA 10 2023 HTE. I'm going to set that aside. I have to read this one too. And I have to read this one as well, moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Mayor Alcock. What? This is the one we're not doing. This is the, oh, okay. Trying to get everything right here, people. All right, so moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that the following resolution, be it resolved that Planning Council deny Community Planning Permit Bylaw Amendment Application CPPA 10 2023 HTE. Be substituted as follows. Be it resolved that the Planning Council approves CPP Bylaw Amendment, CPPA 1023 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to amend the waterfront backlot precinct to a rural residential precinct with exception, rural residential precinct with exception, and waterfront backlot precinct with exception, all to permit the creation of 3 new rural residential lots with exceptions as follows. The first one, a minimum required lot frontage will be 100 meters. Second, the minimum required lot frontage will be 120 meters. And the third one, the minimum required lot frontage shall be 128.3 meters. Comments or questions? Councillor Fitzgerald.
I think we should just note in the motion that Councillor Cloutier declared a pecuniary interest.
Yes, we did that? Yep. I will mark that right on here, actually. All right. So. Motion is amended. Yeah. All right. Council's heard the motion. Comments or questions? All in favor? And that's carried. I also must do this. Moved by Councilor Fitzgerald, seconded by Mayor Alcott. Be it resolved that Planning Council provisionally approve consent applications B 24-26 2023 HTE for the creation of 3 new rural residential lots. All in favor? Right, okay. So that's not approved.
It just needs to be added into the resolution in order to be able to, but you've called the question, so.
All right. So many rules. So is that completed? Do I need to do that? Right. All right, more's coming. You're printing? I can, it's all right. I can read that. You need 2 minutes? All right, we're going to take 2 minutes. Killing me. Okay, here we go. Moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that Planning Council provisionally approve consent applications B 24 to 26, 2023 HTE for the creation of 3 new rural residential lots. Conditional on community permit bylaw amendment CPP 10 2023 HTE being approved and in force and effect. A registerable description of the severed lots being provided to the town of Huntsville, the owner's taxes being in good standing, a site inspection fee of $255 being paid to the town of Huntsville, consent finalization fee in the amount of $200 being paid to the town of Huntsville, 5% cash in lieu of parkland being paid to the town of Huntsville on the severed lands, the applicant to obtain written confirmation from the District of Muskoka that an entrance permit can be issued for the proposed severed lot for access onto the district road, a 3-meter wide roadening across the frontage of the severed and retained lands be dedicated to the District Municipality of Muskoka for road widening purposes, the lands being subject to an amendment with the District Municipality of Muskoka pursuant to Section 5126 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, as amended, respecting the location of wells in relation to the district road. And finally, that appropriate development control techniques are used to conserve valuable conifer thermal cover, deer wintering areas, and movement corridors. Comments or questions? All in favor? And that finally is passed. Thank you for your indulgence. All right. Richard is going to move on to the next application on Muskoka Road 3.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. The subject property is located at 768 Muskoka Road 3 North. Slides are skipping there, sorry. The lands are designated urban residential and are within the Huntsville urban area and within the intensification corridor in the Huntsville official plan. The lands are also contained within the urban residential low precinct within the community planning permit bylaw. The applicant proposes to construct a total of 8 new residential lots on the lands as part of an 8-lot subdivision consisting of 1 single detached dwelling, 2 semi-detached dwellings, and 1 3-unit street townhouse, all serviced by a new public road. The lands are described in my staff report, and of note is a cold water stream located to the rear of the lot, which runs through town-owned adjacent lands. To facilitate the development, 2 planning applications were submitted, a community planning permit bylaw amendment application and a draft plan of subdivision application. The community planning permit amendment application proposes to change the precincts on the lands from an urban residential low precinct to an urban residential medium precinct for the proposed townhouse lots. And you can see those in sort of a greeny yellow hatch, and also to change the precinct to an urban residential low with special exception precinct for 2 of the proposed semi-detached lots, and those are shown in yellow, and they are labeled lots 5 and 6. Lands containing natural heritage constraints and the proposed stormwater management facility block are proposed to be changed to a conservation precinct and an open space precinct. The proposed exception for the yellow lands, the urban residential exception lots, are for frontage, and they would permit a reduced frontage from 15 meters to 10 meters for those 2 lots. The stream and the town-owned adjacent lands are shown on the sketch in front of you to the rear of the lands. The draft plan of subdivision application has been submitted to the District of Muskoka, to the District of Muskoka to divide the lands up accordingly. Lots 1 to 3 on the draft plan would contain the 3 street townhouses. Lot 4 would contain the single detached dwelling unit. Lots 5 to 8 would be the semi-detached dwelling units. And Block 9 would be the stormwater management block. These lots would all be at the end of a short cul-de-sac. And looking at the town's official plan, it's noted that the urban settlement area is to be the focus of year-round residential development and employment growth in Huntsville. The urban residential designation generally encourages intensification and a range of housing types. And the purpose is to achieve intensification. And this is particularly true in the intensification corridor. The plan also identifies intensification policies such as promoting a range of housing choices, increasing densities, and achieving an appropriate transition of built form to adjacent areas. In this instance, the development would appear to be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood while providing increased density and a mix of housing types. This compact development form would appear appropriate for the lands as the density increase proposed for lots 1 to 3 is primarily located adjacent to a town green space block, assisting with the transition to surrounding lower density development. It's staff's view that the tree retention in the rear yards of lots 5 to 8, where semi-detached dwellings are proposed adjacent to existing singles to the north, should be considered to address density transition and maintain neighborhood character and provide privacy screening. Policies to guide neighborhood design within the urban residential designation are found within section C3.3.13 of the official plan. And in this instance, relevant design policies include encouraging new residential developments to be visually interesting as possible through the inclusion of a mix of housing densities, types, and styles, as well as varying the location of the buildings on lots and utilizing the natural features of the site. Also required under these policies is the retention of native species, vegetation, augmented with a high degree of naturalized landscaping on new lots, and within the road allowances and open spaces in all developments to enhance the natural appearance of the town. Additionally, pedestrian sidewalks, walkways, and trails should be designed and located to provide as direct a link as possible with parks. It is noted that a sidewalk will be required on at least one side of the proposed new road. Also, a new pedestrian trail has been discussed with the applicant to connect this development with the existing development to the west, known as the Woodstream subdivision, through the town-owned park block to the rear. Tree retention along the new public street should also be considered where possible. A scoped environmental study report was submitted in support of this application to characterize the natural features and areas on the site, as well as their ecological functions, and to identify potential negative impacts resulting from the proposed development on natural heritage features and functions. The author of this report identified a cold water creek providing fish habitat on site and a headwater tributary. Based on the author's evaluation, mitigation measures were recommended to address negative impacts, including application of a 20-meter setback to the watercourse, except in the vicinity of Lot 4. A peer review of this report was recently finalized under the direction of the District of Muskoka, and the comments provided by the peer reviewer now need to be addressed by the applicant. Of interest to town staff respecting the EIS and peer review is the treatment of the cold water stream, which was noted as providing habitat for a sensitive fish species, brook trout, and the removal of a headwater stream. The peer reviewer requested additional information to ensure development will occur in accordance with federal and provincial requirements and the standards identified in the relevant official plan policies. If impacts to these features are to be offset on site, a suitable location should be identified, and it may be appropriate to include this enhancement area within the natural heritage system by including it in a conservation precinct and clearly defining its limits. Respecting the community planning permit bylaw, the subject lands are, as noted before, in the urban residential low precinct. And the urban residential medium precinct is proposed for all new residential lots, except as noted earlier. The urban residential medium precinct would permit each of the dwelling types considered proposed in this instance, and site-specific exceptions are proposed for lot frontage. An additional exception could be warranted pending the result of the EIS peer review to address a reduction to the minimum required cold water stream setback proposed for Lot 4. Some site photos. Top left is the Muskoka Road 3 North looking south. Bottom left is Muskoka Road 3 looking north. And top right is internal to the property, looking at an infrastructure cut between the cleared area on this land and the Woodstream development to the west. The picture on the left on your screen is the Coldwater Creek, and on the top right is the remains of a pedestrian footpath, and the bottom right is a view of the general location of where the proposed new road would be out to Muskoka Road 3. The applications were circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. No comment letters have been received by any members of the public. District of Muskoka staff provided comments that were attached to my report as attachment number 5, and these comments indicated that approval of the application would be premature at this time, as the outstanding peer review comments in response to the EIS have not yet been addressed. As noted in the report, this report was for information only, so there's no recommendation at this time because there are still outstanding issues. As to next steps, once all comments have been received and issues raised in our report and by the public have been addressed, staff will be in a position to provide a recommendation in relation to this application. Once council has adopted the recommendation, staff will also be able to provide comments to the district in relation to the subdivision. Thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thanks very much. I'll call on the applicant or representative to make any comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Savas Fradas of Plan Muskoka. I don't really have much to add. I think this development proposal speaks for itself. Just as a little bit of background for members that don't remember, this actually was, I think, phase 2 of the subdivision that's located to the south of those lands. It was, I think, abandoned after the first phase was registered for some reason, so it sort of remained a remnant parcel of land. If they had moved forward to develop it, I think the original proposal was draft approved for, I think it was 5 or 6 single-family lots on that property with that same exact cul-de-sac roadway leading out to Muskoka Road 3. So this is just sort of, you know, revamping previous approval, I guess you could say, that was abandoned by the previous landowner. So in terms of increase in density, we're looking at like a 2 to 3 unit density increase from what was previously contemplated for the lands. I don't think I really have much more to add than that. I just want to mention too that the district peer review process, since this report has been written, our peer reviewer has responded to the district's peer reviewer. Our ecologists have responded to the district peer reviewer and have recommended a 5-meter buffer around the little tributary that was mentioned in the staff report. So there you'll see a change coming back in terms of the conservation zone expanded to include that 5-meter buffer. And I hope that finalizes that peer review process. So it's imminent that should occur. So I don't really have any more to add. I'm glad to hear that the public did not have any issue with it. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, though.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the members of the public that would like to speak to this, either present or electronically.
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
And I see nobody jumping up. Council members, comments or questions? Councillor Clark first.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Just a quick comment and then a question. I absolutely agree with the need to protect the existing tree buffer in that neighborhood. That was a very common complaint that I heard from many folks in all those neighborhoods about having and keeping a tree buffer, so that's very important. Just a question about the road in. Will the proposed road in have any sort of boulevard in the middle that would include plantings or mulch in the cul-de-sac?
Savas?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know if we've really gotten that far. I know that those boulevards do cause problems for snow removal. They get banged into and broken up quite a bit. So my gut feeling is going to say that that probably won't be proposed, but definitely if, council feels that that could be something that would be put forward to the District of Muskoka as maybe a condition or something, that could be considered, I guess.
Follow up?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Stone. I would highly recommend that we not have a boulevard. I would like to not have boulevards in any of these situations going forward.
Thank you.
So I'm just putting that out here. There's a lot of issues with maintaining them. Mulch, our staff are overwhelmed with all those type of issues. Brookside Crossing is a perfect example of that. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. I look at the size of the length of the road, the turnaround, for our plows to get in there in the wintertime to maintain it. Does this have to be a public road or can it be a private road? Just a simple fact, the size of the parking spaces that'll be in each one, the amount of vehicles that'll be down in that area. Vehicles will be parked on the street, and I think it'd be horrendous for try and get our plows down in there to clean this section out. Has anything been taken into consideration, it being a private road into there?
I'll ask Mr. Clark to speak to that if I would.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, good question. I think the road has been designed as a public road to meet the town's development standards, and those standards would include minimum requirements for that turning circle's dimensions. So it would meet those, and the theory being it wouldn't pose a problem.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I was just going to add comment to Councillor Clark that the expectation of people who buy in these boulevards that are flowered and stoned and gated and everything is that the town maintain those, and it's actually not a feasible thing for us to continue to do, so.
Thank you. Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I just wanted to say I really support this application for all of the reasons that were identified, and I really like the fact that you've updated the particular site plan to reflect different types of housing tenure. I think that's really great. And the appreciation for the commitment to pedestrian linkages to the other developments in the community, and the specific conservation area. It looks like it is a fantastic area, and to incorporate that as part of the development is in my mind, really good planning, so I appreciate that. I do have a quick question on timing. If we're not approving this today, then it's coming back for approval. Would that happen in a month, or?
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. Good question. So I guess the answer would be that it would depend on the resolution of the outstanding matters, and one of them relates to the environmental study and the peer review. As we heard today, it sounds like progress has been made to respond to those comments. So we'll just have to see what was in the response, and if it's all appropriate, then we would get it back as soon as possible. The other things like the rear yard tree buffer, those can all be conditions of approval. So we would be happy to go that route on all of those things. So it's really just the environmental stuff.
Go ahead.
Quick follow-up. I'll be very quick. So out of curiosity, is there any consideration to making the follow-up to the peer review, because it is very specific, also conditional, or is that too much of a leap?
Thank you. Good question. Through you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, I would say that's too much of a leap. There are policies that remain outstanding, and the way the peer review was written, it basically concluded that those policies have not yet been addressed.
And the fact the district has also said defer. Okay.
Very quickly, Savas.
I could venture maybe it's just one observation. We don't have to pass the CPP bylaw amendment in order to provide comments to the district in order to move forward draft approval on that. So if staff become satisfied through that peer review process that that has been resolved, there could be the ability to provide a report to the district directly in terms of just providing comments on the subdivision process, and the draft approval of the subdivision could be conditional upon the zoning change occurring. So therefore, we can ensure draft approval has occurred, and then the implementing zoning bylaw amendment or CPP bylaw amendment then matches exactly what's being approved. So there's that option as well. So I don't think that the approval of this application has to occur in order for draft approval to happen. I think it could be the other way around.
Okay,
Great.
that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? As this is for information only, there's no resolution, so thank you, Savis, and I'm going to ask Mr. Clerk to move on to the application on Golf Course Road. Councilor Cluche? All right, thanks for bringing it up. Yep. Richard, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, the subject property is located at 592 Golf Course Road. My slides are jumping ahead of me. The lands are designated urban residential and are within the Huntsville urban area in the Huntsville official plan. The lands are also contained within a development precinct in the community planning permit bylaw. The lands are described in my report, and of note is the fact that the lands are within the urban service boundary, but in a future service area. To explain that, that means there are presently no municipal services to the lands, but they may become available in the future. The surrounding uses are predominantly rural residential in nature, and Highway 11 is located just to the north and west. Also of note is the fact that the lands are part of a larger parcel, shown in red, for the time being, despite being separated by the traveled portion of Golf Course Road. So what we're really talking about is the area highlighted in yellow on this plan. The development or D precinct prohibits development unless authorized through a community planning permit bylaw amendment, hence the need for this application. It's also noted that the development precinct contains no yard requirements or lot coverage standards. The applicant proposes to construct a 149.3 square meter single detached dwelling with 46.8 square meter attached garage on the existing lot. The community planning permit bylaw amendment process to change the precinct on the lot, is to change the precinct on the lot from a development precinct to a development precinct with special exception to permit that single detached dwelling and accessory structures only on the lot to be serviced by private individual on-site water and sewer services. According to the official plan, Huntsville's urban settlement area is, as I've said before, to be the focus of year-round residential employment growth and accommodate most forms of development. The plan also encourages the efficient use of infrastructure and cost-effective development at appropriate densities in appropriate locations. In this case, the bylaw amendment would permit the development of a single detached dwelling on private services, and this low-density development would be in character with the existing development that occurs along Golf Course Road. The policies in Part B of the official plan speak, of course, to environmental protection and directing development away from the natural heritage features and hazard lands that may be unsuitable for development. According to Schedule C of the official plan, there are steep slopes with 20% to 40% grades located along the northwest limit of the property. However, on site inspection, it appears that the slope is not a constraint to the proposed development in this instance. Policies in the official plan require development to proceed on the basis of full municipal water and sewer services where the lands are located within the urban service boundary. However, within the future service area, where both municipal water and sewer services will eventually be extended, some infill development is permitted to proceed provided certain provisions outlined in the OP are addressed. Provided no present or immediately foreseeable water and sanitary problems would be further compounded by the development, it may proceed in this instance if the proposed use is restricted to low effluent producing uses, such as a single-family home. The use would not preclude the eventual connection of full services when they become available. The owner enters into an agreement with the town or district to require connection to full municipal services when they become available, and the lot has the ability to accommodate private waste disposal systems. It's noted that the proposal has been designed to meet criteria noted above, or just stated. And we've also included exceptions as part of our recommendation to impose requirements to obtain a community planning permit prior to development proceeding to ensure that those matters get addressed. Staff does have a recommended amendment to our motion at this time. As noted earlier, the development precinct has no lot requirements. As such, staff would suggest an amended motion for this application to clarify the lot standards within the special development precinct that's being proposed. It would be beneficial to modify the second provision, and I have a motion ready to go so you can see this, to deem that the yard requirement and lot coverage standards contained within the urban residential low precinct would apply to these lands, with the exception of a reduction to the minimum rear yard. Some site photos for your information. These photos show the general area where the proposed building is proposed. This application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. No comment letters have been received by any members of the public. The District of Muskoka staff provided comments that were attached to my report, and these comments indicated that the district would have no objection to the approval of this application, provided recommended conditions are implemented. To address that comment, the conditions noted in the district's comments were included in the recommended special exception. Through staff's review and analysis, the application would appear to conform to the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and therefore staff are recommending approval with the suggested change I noted earlier. And again, I have a motion ready to go with that suggested change. So thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thanks very much. I'll call on the applicant or representative to make any comments.
Wayne Simpson, Tulloch Engineering, 80 Main Street West, Huntsville, P1H 1W9. Here representing the numbered company. The owner of the numbered company is Dave Goodfellow, who you all know as well. Dave purchased the land largely to the east side of this property. It's 100 acres plus, and this is sort of the northwest corner of the original 100-acre property. Golf Course Road travels along the north-south road allowance from Earls Road, and then it deviates off slightly and through this corner of this property, and it's in effect created like a natural severance between this and the balance of the property. The balance of the property will be developed as part of a comprehensive community development plan, subdivisions, mix of housing types, and all those other good things. And logically, the services that will be, municipal services will be extended, from Earls Road north. So this is about as far as you can get away from those services, and so it's going to take a long time before the pipes get there. We appreciate the positive recommendation of staff and concurrence by the district, knowing full well that when pipes are available, this property will be obligated to connect to those municipal services. I would just want to comment that the house in this location is somewhat characteristic of what's just beyond this along Golf Course Road. There are rural residential houses on each side, maybe not on lots as small as this, but again, it's a modest-sized house in a rural area. And in terms of what's behind it as well, we've got the unopened road allowance, so 66 feet additional buffering between this and the neighbor to the west. And the neighbor to the west would have been would have been the old Whispering Pines Golf Course as well. So they've got a lot of land. So I appreciate the recommendations and just available should there be any questions of committee. Thank you.
Sorry, Bob, if I could jump in quickly. I think there's some confusion as to who owns the land. I think this.
I don't even have a house proposed for that piece of property yet.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
All right, but is this your land or is it Goodfellows' land?
No, it's my land.
Okay,
Okay?
so I don't know what to do. I'm just bringing it up.
I can confirm that what's shown on this map as a triangle of land is a triangle land that's owned by Dave Goodfellow's company, Numbered Company. We've done the title search, pulled the parcel register. It's part of a larger PIN that includes the 100 acres or more. And it's separated by the public road. The public road hasn't been vested to the municipality. The road is public, and it's used by the public, and there's no denying that it's a public road. It can be used in that sense. The fee of the land underneath the road has never been conveyed to the municipality because nobody's ever prepared a legal description of it. So what will happen in terms of conveying the road to the municipality is a simple requirement that there be a reference plan prepared so the title of the road can be given to the town just to clean up this old housekeeping matter. So this particular property is owned. It's a part on a reference plan, clearly described, and I verified that the title is in the name of the Numbered Company. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard, you have no concerns?
Well, I do have concerns that a comment like that comes up, but it checks out what Mr. Simpson has just noted. A parcel registry was provided in relation to this application, and it's in the ownership of the Numbered Company. And as Mr. Simpson's pointed out, the Numbered Company belongs to David Goodfellow. So that's our information.
All right. I'm going to move along and ask if there's any comments from the public, either present or electronically, that would like to speak to this application.
Chair Stone, I see no hands raised.
Thank you, and I see no one in the gallery. I'll go to council. Any comments or questions? Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I guess this is directed at Richard. Richard, I see the wording here, demonstration being provided to confirm the lot is suitable for installation of on-site water and sewer. So that's standard wording, but that they're designed in a manner that facilitates future connection. So how involved is that, if you can describe that process to me a little bit?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. What we'd be looking for is that it's basically the hookup, the pipes, the underground, and the septic system are located towards the front of the property, so that when the infrastructure comes in, likely along the road, there could be easy hookup, so that there's no excuses for why a connection wouldn't be made in the future. So it's just looking at the design, the layout, to make sure it makes sense. And the proposal that was provided does address that.
Okay, thanks for that. It seems that might be a little onerous to people moving forward with this wording, that we pump sewage everywhere in Muskoka, and the fact that we wouldn't allow a homeowner on personal services to make that choice as well it doesn't seem right to me. So we'll discuss that later.
All right. Are there any other comments from council? Councillor Morrison.
I'll only make one comment. I think I figured out the mystery of the land ownership. Your land is attached to this land, so that's probably why you got the thing in the mail.
This is 592.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm saying that the civic address might be confused.
That's right.
There's no building on this. There's no purpose for a 911 address.
no. But then that's Andy's land right there, and this is the land in question, so it is indeed the proper land. Yeah. So we can move on.
Okay. Any other comments about this application? All right, seeing none, I'm going to read the original motion, and then we have an amendment. Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Amendment Application CPPA 14-2023 HTE, changing the precinct on the lands from a development precinct to a development precinct with exception. 2, permit a 149.3 square meter single detached dwelling with a 46.8 square meter attached garage only on the lot serviced by individual on-site water and sewage services. Reduce the minimum required rear yard setback from 7.5 meters to 7 meters for a single detached dwelling. Require a community planning permit to be issued prior to development proceeding on the lot, and require that the community planning permit shall not be issued for development to proceed on the property unless the Director of Development Services is satisfied that the following conditions have been met. Confirmation from a qualified professional that the lot is suitable for the installation of individual on-site water and sewage services. The on-site sewage disposal system is designed in a manner that facilitates future connection to municipal services, and availability of sufficient hauled sewage capacity exists. Confirmation being provided that the parcel has been registered as a legally conveyable lot. Now, we have an amendment, and I need a mover and seconder. We have Mayor Alcock and Deputy Mayor Armour. So, moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that the following words be deleted. Reduce the minimum required rear yard setback from 7.5 meters to 7 meters for a single detached dwelling, and that the following words be inserted in its place. Deem the yard requirement and lot coverage standards contained in the urban residential low precinct to be applicable to the lands, except that the minimum required rear yard setback is reduced from 7.5 meters to 7 meters for a single detached dwelling. Any comments on the amendment? All in favor of the amendment? And that's carried. And the main motion as amended, all in favor? And that's carried. It all seems very complicated. Okay. All right. Now that all comments have been received, I declare these public meetings respecting the above applications to be concluded. We will now move to the non-public portion of the meeting. And Kelsey, you're speaking to the fitter application on Canal Road.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 781 Canal Road. The property is within the waterfront designation of the official plan, and the property is within the waterfront residential 120-meter precinct. The application has been submitted to permit the construction of a boathouse and dock. A Class 3 community planning permit amendment, or a permit is required to reduce the setback from type 1 fish habitat from 30 meters to 0 meters for the boathouse, increase the proposed boathouse and dock projection from 15 meters to 29.7 meters, and increase the cumulative width of the amenity area from 15 meters to 25 meters, all to permit the construction of the boathouse and dock. The application was deferred at the March 15th meeting until such time a more suitable location was provided for the proposed boathouse and dock that is in more keeping with the intent of the CPP and the shoreline development policies. The applicant has now revised the proposal, so the new boathouse and dock will replace the existing dock in its location, and the existing dryland boathouse will be removed. As mentioned in the previous report, the property is within a shallow bay. Therefore, the placement of the docking facilities and boathouse are constrained by the depth of the water. In the last proposal, the applicant proposed the development on the west side of the shoreline with the new dock and boathouse on the west side. The original proposal also increased the amenity area within the shoreline buffer, which council did not support to the extent that it was proposed. The new proposal eliminates the development on the west side of the property and locates the new development in the area of the existing dock. In doing so, it reduces the need for clearing and disturbance of the western portion of the property and the shoreline buffer, consolidating shoreline development. The proposal also maintains the existing amenity area within the existing amenity area, in addition to proposing the removal of the dryland boathouse and providing revegetation of the 30-meter shoreline buffer to balance redevelopment. Overall, the new proposal is more appropriate for the subject property and addresses the issues discussed when the item was last in front of council. Where the 15-meter projection of a dock ends at a water depth less than 0.75 meters from the normal or controlled high water mark, as determined by a survey prepared by an Ontario land surveyor, the dock may extend until the water depth is to the depth of 0.75 meters is achieved at the end of the dock to a maximum projection of 30 meters. So that's kind of confusing as I put it there, but essentially if you have a shallower bay, like in this case, you're allowed to, if the depth of the water is surveyed, you can go out to a maximum of 30 meters to where that depth is reached, and that's allowed as of right. The northeastern portion of the boathouse complies with the listed provision based on the surveyed depths. However, there is a small portion of the dock which isn't required to project out of that far based on the water depths. But looking at the reliefs, the further projection allows for the increased functionality because of the shallow water and the angle and depths needed for boat docking. Natural constraint mapping identifies type 1 fish habitat on the property. To address moving the location of the boathouse and current crib dock, the amended letter concluded it will not impact fish habitat. As considered in the fish habitat assessment, the existing dock location was located in type 2 fish habitat. In regards to Peninsula Lake being an at capacity lake trout lake, the location of the boathouse and redevelopment of the property, it discussed that this also would have any further impact on the sensitivity of the lake. However, we still have added that that condition in the provisional approval for a revegetation plan to enhance the 30-meter shoreline buffer. The application was circulated in accordance with the Planning Act and to the Peninsula Lake Association. Letters of objection were originally submitted for the original proposal, and a letter of objection was received prior to the meeting, which was circulated to council. The Lake Association provided comments in attachment 5, attaching the original statement of concern and specifically requesting a justification for increased projection, and revised revegetation plan. The revised revegetation plan has been included as a condition of provisional approval. Staff are also satisfied that the surveyed water depths provide justification for the increased projection of the dock and boathouse. Through staff's review and analysis, the application would appear to conform with the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the PPS, and therefore staff are recommending approval. Please note there is a condition that I've put in an amended resolution to add the closure of the shore road allowance should council move forward with the provisional approval. Thank you so much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kelsey. I'll call on the applicant or representative to make any comments.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Could you put the microphone on? Yep, got it. And pull it to you if you could.
Okay. Morning, good afternoon, everyone. Blaine Hutchins, agent, Attainable Solutions, Box 5287, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H2K6. Mr. Fitter, the owner, is behind me as well, if there's any questions there. But I think Kelsey's kind of portrayed what we're wanting to do. As you guys most know, we've been here before. We took your recommendations and thoughts and have adjusted things accordingly. Just wanted to note a couple things. Some of the things we're asking for, the type 1 fish habitat from 30 meters to 0 meters. We have done a fish habitat study, as Kelsey alluded to, which says that, you know, there's not going to be any impact with that. Again, the second one, increasing the proposed projection from 15 meters to almost 30 meters. Again, as she alluded to, there is provision in the bylaw that we're allowed to go out 30 meters as long as we're less than 0.75 meters. And you can see on that plan that we have to go out that far to get that depth. It sounds like a long ways, but we don't have any choice. It's really shallow in there. And then the last comment I would have is the cumulative width of the amenity area from 15 meters to 25. Again, that sounds like a bit of a stretch, and it's somewhat misleading, but if you look at the survey or the projected plan, the boathouse is kind of cut at an angle, so we have to take the furthest most eastern point and the furthest most northern point, and that's how we have to go to that 25 meters. You'll see all behind the boathouse is completely forested, and Mr. Fitter has, since building the property, has put over 96 trees in there on his own dime, so to speak, so he's trying to revegetate that and everything. You did get a letter today with some concerns. The first comment I won't even address. The second one is that he's saying that there wasn't proper vetting and there's not enough time. As you guys all know, we've already been here before. The fish habitat study was done some time ago. And then he talks about how the projection into the lake, and again, I would say it's a very shallow bay. You know, nobody's gonna be coming in there unless they're gonna be worried about hitting their prop off the bottom and stuff like that. And again, we don't have a whole lot of, gonna have a boathouse and you only have a foot of water. It's kind of redundant to even have that. So if there's any questions or comments, myself or Mr. Fitter would be happy to answer. So.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. This is not a public meeting, but we have two deputations for this particular application. So if we'll start with Jane Woodcock. And Paul, yes, you're.
Do you prefer this one? You prefer the more stable. Okay, great. I'll just move this over here.
Thanks. Can you use the one that's on already? Yeah, that'd be great. You can pull it towards yourself. All right, you can start whenever you're ready.
I just need to open another book. Sorry. My name is Jane Woodcock. My address is RR1 Collingwood, 1 Angus Drive.
That's all right. You made the application. We know who you are.
Thank you. I would like to, dear Madam Mayor, councillors, and planning committee members, I would like to reintroduce myself. I'm Jane Woodcock, and I own the property at 799 Canal Road, which is the west side of the applicant property. As a third-generation Huntsville native, I taught and worked as a vice principal at HHS in this community. My father served as a fire chief for 23 years and was a counselor in the town of Huntsville. My mother served on the Board of Education for many years, including becoming the first chair of the district, or Huntsville Board, actually, and then first chair of the Muskoka Board. Although I currently live in Burlington, Collingwood, and Huntsville, I also live at Penn Lake, and I'm there more than half the year. My family, and now I, own this property at 799 Canal Road since 1960. That's who I am. I want to state clearly that I object to this community planning permit application CPP 11-2023 HTE. This application was changed to an information meeting only by staff on the day of the meeting. I was present and gave an in-person deputation opposing the original application on March 15th, 2023. This application was deferred by the Town of Huntsville Community Planning Committee. The applicant, once again, did not attempt to communicate nor advise his neighbors of this new application for development. The neighbors were made aware of the reapplication by a notice received by regular mail posted on August 24th and received the Tuesday after Labor Day, September 5th, 2023. Now, as I go into the water on the applicant's side of my dock, I am ankle deep to mid-calf in silt and muck. Before, it was hard sand like the other side of my dock towards my boathouse. Now, and I was on crutches, I'm getting this kind of silt on the boathouse side, so it's going underneath the floating dock. At the end of my dock and throughout the cove or bay are dense weeds that have never been there before the applicant's development. With the changes seen in weather over the years, the increase in extreme weather events, for example, more intense rain causing flash flooding, the water now has a smooth, paved route to run down the hill from Canal Road all the way to the lake shore on the hardscape. The pavement was now increased to include a space to park the RVs behind the house. I was very fortunate to go to Camp Tanamacoon in Algonquin Park growing up. I was brought up with a leave no trace mantra. Basically, the idea of leave no trace is to sustain the environment for generations to come. These values have been passed on to my son, who was able to build his own canoe, loves to paddle, and was able to go to Camp Pathfinder in Algonquin Park. Basically, leaving the idea of leave no trace is to sustain the environment for generations to come. We can do this by being aware of how we're interacting with the environment, making conscious decisions that serve to lessen our imprint on nature. Leave what you find. The only souvenirs that you take are pictures. Leave rocks, plants, and other natural objects where you find them. One of the most important components of outdoor ethics is to maintain courtesy towards others. It helps everyone enjoy the outdoor experience. Excessive noise, uncontrolled pets, and damaged surroundings detract from the natural appeal of the outdoors. I might add lighting too. Being considerate of others ensures that everybody can enjoy nature. Now, instead of correcting the damage that's been done, we are asked to consider more. How much is too much for one small bay and 281 feet of already heavily developed manicured shoreline? In some townships, in Muskoka, this would be considered WR1 because it doesn't have or doesn't meet the 120 meter or 393 feet to be classified as R or WR2. A 2013 video that was previously submitted to you in March to each of you showed a documented shoreline video from the Penn Lake Association. It shows that 747, 781, and 799 Canal Road properties were inhabited and conserved in a natural state for a long time, 60 plus years. The bay fit the natural character of the area, and then it changed drastically. The Penn Lake Association and the Penn Lake Community Association, as per their letter submitted, have concerns that they would like to be addressed concerning the applicant's current development proposal. I've watched the shoreline change to an unrecognizable state, as well as changes in the Coldwater Stream bed, which feeds into the lake. The Coldwater Stream was studied by the Muskoka Watershed and Penn Lake Association approximately 10 years prior to the applicant. This should be reviewed and compared to the current status. I've seen the contours of the stream bed, and you'll see pictures of them, change with the entrance of artificial polypipe and clearing the sides of the stream, the addition of mulch plus the addition of large boulders being added to the stream bed to a point where sometimes it goes unnaturally dry. Now, instead of correcting the damage that has already occurred, we're asked to consider more without rationale. How much is too much? In some, the applicant removed the single-slip shore-based boathouse when he purchased the property. Previously, this boathouse was maintained and used continuously for 50-plus years by the Joskis and the Murray families. The applicant is now asking to tear out a refurbished, maybe roughly 7-year-old, and I put 77 feet, but I misread. It's a 15-foot or 15-meter dock, which is 49 feet, and replace it with a 97.4-foot dock and double boathouse with a width just under 50 feet. Wide projection into Penn Lake. As we said before, just like the Penn Lake Association did in their letter, this is gonna, like, why? What's the rationale? This is going to obstruct the general use of our bay and the sightlines of the bay. This applicant asks for a reduction in setback from type 1 fish habitat from 98.4 feet to 0, is going to be further harm
That's
to an
1 minute.
already damaged
1 minute to go.
environment. All summarized. I'm probably repeating myself because I'm upset and emotional at the looking at the overhead drone shot clearly shows much of the property has already been paved, hardscaped, or softscaped. I truly believe that this development is not in keeping with the natural heritage of the lake, setting a brand-new precedent right across from Deerhurst with a double-slip boathouse, 98 feet out. Borrowing from the land acknowledgement statement that was read at the beginning of this, walking in the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations to come. I think they're ignoring the fact that they could actually put a boathouse or a covered, cantilevered protection for your boat currently on the dock that's there, rather than tearing it all up.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Eklund?
I've got two parts to this. First, the verbal presentation, and then a pictorial. I'm aware of time. Okay.
All right.
Madam Mayor, councilors, and planning committee members, I'd like to reintroduce myself as well. I'm Paul Eklund. I own the property 747 Canal Road, eastern boundary of Mr. Fitter, the applicant's property. Our family, and now I, have owned and cared for this property since 1960. I was present and gave an in-person deputation opposing the original application on March 15, 2023. The application was deferred by the Town of Huntsville Planning Committee. I would like to formally and respectfully request a denial of this reapplication of the Community Planning Permit number CPP-/11/2013 HTE. The applicant, once again, as Jane noted, did not attempt to directly communicate or advise his neighbors of the new application for development, The neighbors were made aware of the reapplication by the posting outside his driveway, and then a notice received on, postmarked on the 24th and received on the 5th, 8 days ago. The statement below, which I'm going to proceed with, includes the rationalization for objection. I would like to state for the record that I unequivocally object to the current proposed reapplication by the applicant to further develop the property at 781 Canal Road concerning the proposed removal of a refurbished 7-year-old and 49-foot wood and crib dock structure, replace it with the installation of an enlarged, almost double the size, 97.4 extended dock and pier with a double boathouse. To my knowledge, the proposed boathouse, which extends 97.4 feet from the shore with a 49.2 feet width, which is extended from current 49 to previously requested 77 and now 97. It's almost 50 feet more, as previously presented in March. There is no boathouse in this footprint that they're asking to develop in this proposed space. It would greatly obstruct the vision of the bay that has always been present. It would also create a hazard for obstruction of anybody who wants to swim or boat along the shoreline. This was discussed with a Lake of Bays counselor, and he said they may increase the size of some of the docks because of shoals or dangerous obstacles, but they would not put a boathouse that far out. That's in another district, but contains most of Penn Lake with Lake of Bays. The shoreline boathouse referred to on the application, as previously stated, no longer exists. The one-slip boathouse footprint, including the crib rocks, were completely removed by the applicant in 2016. This maintained one-slip land-based boathouse was used consecutively by Joskies and Murray family for 50 years. And it was not changed until it was demolished. The purpose of the natural conservanship is to protect the environment for future generations to enjoy. The previous development by the applicant has already significantly had environmental impact to the area of Peninsula Lake. During the initial construction, he had 2 stop work orders placed, one for placing septic systems close to the lake, and a second for significant changes to the shoreline, including the alteration of the area entrance of the Cold Creek area of the shore. Large non-native boulders and truckloads, which I'll show you in the pictures, of sand were brought in, and these are opposite of PLA, Peninsula Lake Association, or Muskoka Watershed's Natural Edge Program conservation recommendations. The fine grass that was placed in the forefront of his house, again, attracts flocks of Canada geese naturally. An example of the lack of understanding of natural conservancy, you know, this June when I got in a canoe, I went at 6 a.m., went for a ride, came back, and just about to dock at our dock, and observed the applicant with a rifle with the stock against his shoulder. He was aiming at geese in the water. He fired and looked at me. That is a good example. This is not the first time, you know, as far as understanding conservancy, shooting at these migratory geese and then trying to run them down with his pontoon boat was also observed. This time, we made a formal complaint to the Migratory Bird Reporting Enforcement Agency, and he addressed this because it is in breach of the migratory bird protection laws. Use of fertilizers on the fine grass and commercially sprayed insecticides have also been used. These leach into the lake are not, again, good examples of conservatorship. The poor drainage, as Jane noted, from the footprint is excessive, and you'll see pictures of this with silt runoff continuously in the last 5 years, which has accumulated. It is not the result of a road collapse. The use of and it's changed from sandy to clay bottom to mud deep, even leaching over into 747. The poor drainage from the recently paved road from Canal, it's about a quarter mile, right down to his house with the pickleball-sized parking lot, and I mean pickleball-sized, is, again, it drains water directly into, it drains all kinds of filtrate into the lake and should not, most of the addresses along the shoreline are hard-packed gravel that either absorb or disperse the water that's flowing down the hill. This merits M&R or MOF independent review. The proposed 98.4 feet loss of Fish One habitat related to the proposed new pier dock. Boathouse would create a loss of natural space and significant loss of environmental impact. Proposed 49.2 foot to 82 foot amenity area, once again, is opposite the majority of developed year-round housing in Muskoka. It's opposite what the council had asked for. Conservatorship of mixed wild grass, reversible gravel walkways, driveways that do not attract these detriments were also suggested. The applicant has not made any attempt to implement the request by PLA or the town of Huntsville to renaturalize the mistakes that have been made. He wants to augment it with a further one by adding this large projection dock and ripping up a crib dock that had been there for quite a while and then had been reconstructed. Again, without rationale, 49 feet to 77 feet to 97.5 feet. Alternatives, as Jane said, are the canopies that are available on all parts of the lake. I'm going to start with the pictorial as I'm running forward here. This is the main shot. It shows perspective of my dock on the right side and the applicants in the middle with the stoned changed shoreline. The dry boathouse is seen on the right side at the entrance of the Cold Creek. That area was manufactured with cages with Precambrian rock, and then trees were planted on it. So you can see how they change, and if you've seen the movies that were sent to you from the PLA, this is a completely different shoreline. It doesn't exist anywhere on the lake. There is ample depth for boats. In the next one, it'll be 5 boats, but this is 4. So there's no propeller depth problem. They have people jumping and diving off the end this summer, spring to summer to fall, even a couple weeks ago. So that's not a problem if adults can do it, or you can have 5-year-olds do this. Again, this is another shot of this large developed parking lot, and it goes right around. This is a later one, but it goes right around the house now. This is an important picture as it shows the developed beach, which was not there before. It shows the stones that were there, and you'll see the piles of sand about to come in. This is during the development phase. This is the Cold Creek. It's not a meandering creek anymore. This is a heavy graveled, excavated Cold Creek, which has been significantly excoriated. And this is the other side of it as you go up in the south side. And you can see the poly pipe on your right in the background. And there's more upside. When it was being developed, there's an effluent marker on one of them up creek. This is, again, is this a city culvert or is this a cold water stream? And then this is, again, how it's finished off. You can see the mounds of sand and gravel in the background. And now here it is today. Can you see a creek? I can't. Before it was a wooden, natural bridge that the previous owners were able to access their property. This is the road that comes down for Canal Road. It goes a quarter mile down, and it is the one that allows everything to be leached down into the water. This is the large, again, parking lot that's been created and now is asphalted again this spring. Mr. Chair, if I could have 2 minutes more?
I'm afraid not, actually, and that's the 10 minutes.
Can I just finish with this last picture?
One more picture.
Okay, this is the picture that is most important. You can see all the docks with propeller depth. You can see the large amount of silt filtrate that is there now. And it really is a detriment. You can see the boulders, you can see the creek.
All right.
That's important.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thank you both for that. All right, council members, any comments or questions about this application? Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and thank you for the extra presentations today, as well as from the applicant's representative. I confess I really struggle with this application. And there are a number of reasons why. I look at the property and I think pictures are worth 1,000 words, frankly. We struggled with this before, and I know that the applicant has now moved the location of the proposed boathouse. But it resonates when I hear things like the lake is at capacity trout lake. It was a lake that was identified by the district as one that required a causation study because of all of the impact of ongoing work. And I'm looking at some of the pictures of existing and previous development on this site, and it doesn't appear to have harmony with the environment, which is exactly what we're trying to do when we talk about revegetative plants. So that's a comment, and one of the things at the very minimum I would want to do is defer this application so that we could see what in fact the applicant would intend to do with the entirety of the whole shoreline property, to bring it to a condition that conforms with where we want to go with the whole shore. So the other thing though is I don't understand what the necessity, I understand the thinking around needing to project the dock out so that, you know, boats can come up to your dock. It looks already quite extensive, more than any of the neighboring properties. I'm curious if in fact it looks like you can take boats up to the end of the dock now. So I'm curious as to how much more depth you think you need. But most importantly, I am not convinced why the need for another a boathouse to go along with the dock. You know, again, I'm confused whether the dryland boathouse is still there or not there. You're saying? It is there. So is that no longer feasible to use the dryland boathouse? Is that the necessity? But I'm concerned. There are many applications where we do decrease the permitted use from 30 to 0 in a fish habitat 1 environment, but there's usually a reason for that, and I don't understand the reason here. So that's problematic for me, and so at this point, I know that staff are recommending conditional approval. I can't support that.
Okay. Any other comments? Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. What I see, okay, move the boathouse. I boat on that lake quite a bit. What I see as any large boathouse is in tight to the shore. That is, you know, for not necessarily living, but entertainment space up top and all this stuff. I see lots of just the covered in boathouse. Well, I don't know if you'd call them boathouses, but they're covered in. All sides are open, very aesthetically beautiful, doesn't harm the looks. In a way I would support this is if the existing dock stayed or no further out than the existing dock with just a covered in, not a completely covered in, all windows, all walls around, but open boat coverage, because I do understand owning a boat, it's nice to keep them covered, but that way there would be aesthetically, appealing to everybody. When you're looking out the lake, you can see through it for all neighbors, and it wouldn't, I don't think it would look as big and as cumbersome if it was put at the end of the dock, which is there where the existing boats can still come in and dock and moor, and people can swim at.
All right, thank you. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and through you, I echo the concerns of Monty and Nancy, and I see this as more of a want than a need, and evidenced by the photos, there's zero problem docking 2 Sea-Doos and 3 boats at the current dock. I look down the shoreline, and there's nothing along that shoreline that would be the same as this. There's nothing that's even close, to be honest, so it would be not even close to being consistent with the developments on the lake. And you look at the stewards of Penn Lake and how they'd like to keep Penn Lake the way it is. I definitely understand why you would want to have a boathouse. Makes sense. And I know that as a right, you can go out until it's deep enough. Now, and I'll ask a question in a minute, but Kelsey, wondering if it's you have a right to go out for a dock, or you have a right to put a boathouse where it's deep enough. If you just need to dock a boat, maybe you just need a dock. But I'll just finish off. I just can't get behind this, basically also based on the amount of stones that were put along that shoreline that we established at the last meeting was done without permission. I haven't seen a plan yet for what the remediation would be. I just don't know enough. So I can't support the application because I just don't think it's necessary. And I would support a boathouse that Councillor Cloutier is talking about, or a boat port, but I couldn't support what's currently in front of us.
Any other comments? Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Stone. Not so many comments on this. I'm just curious. I guess this was really a loophole that was found in the whole process, being able to extend the dock to the depth of the water. Is that more of just a loophole in the whole process? Because
Kelsey?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's a long-standing policy. It was in our previous zoning bylaw, and it's always been the standard that if you have a shallow situation where it maybe you can't at the end of the dock reach those depths, that it could project out further. And we have been in the past been able to support with staff approval applications to extend it further, given we have the surveyed depths. So that's something that we do, and if we have the supporting materials.
Go ahead.
thanks, Chair. One more. So when you do these approvals, has it always been the boathouse attached to it, or just the dock extension?
It's really dependent, but it also is for I think for docking facilities and inclusion of a boathouse or boat port. Either Director Maxwell or Manager Clark could correct me if I'm wrong, but it is inclusive of both the dock and boathouse.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I'm going to echo some of the concerns I've heard. I have concerns with just how far the boathouse will protrude into the lake. I don't think that, from what I've heard here, I think that's an issue that everybody seems to agree with. I do understand the reasons why the boathouse needs to extend into the lake that far, and it's because of the depth of the water that is there. So I get that. I know that planning's recommended we approve this, but I feel that this lot, and specifically the water depth at this lot, is just not suited for what the applicant has proposed. The Penn Lake Association did not support the application either, so there has to be some consideration there as well.
Thank you. Any other comments? Well, my comments would be that it appears the applicant has created some of his own problems by removing the vegetation along the shoreline originally that protects the erosion of the shoreline, and then had to put, or went ahead and put in some boulders at the shoreline, and then brought in sand to create a false beach, has precipitated the fact that now he needs a longer dock because that silt has gone out into the water. So, no, I'm afraid not. Yes. No, I'm afraid not. I'm afraid not. All right, I'm going to read the motion. What? No, we're not postponing. I'm reading the motion. All right. Moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. Be it resolved that Planning Council provisionally approve Community Planning Permit Application CPP 11, 2023 HTE. the purpose and effect of which is to provide relief from sections 2.4.2, 2.4.5, and 2.4.6 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended. A Class 3 Council Variation 2, reduce the setback from Type 1 fish habitat from 30 meters to 0 meters for the boathouse, increase the proposed boathouse and dock projection from 15 meters to 29.7 meters, and increase the cumulative width of the amenity area from 15 meters to 25 meters. All to permit the construction of a boathouse and dock, and further that a Class 3 community planning permit be issued to authorize the described development conditional on removal of the dryland boathouse, a revegetation plan being provided to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville, and a community planning permit being issued to the town with conditions in place to require the development being carried out in accordance with the community planning permit, including plans and drawings. All exterior lighting being dark sky compliant in accordance with the Town of Huntsville Outdoor Lighting Bylaw 2016-3 as amended. And finally, all disturbed areas being stabilized and restored to existing conditions or better immediately upon completion of the works. Further comments or questions? All in favor? All opposed? And that is defeated. All right, we are moving on now to Mineral Springs Road. Kelsey, you're speaking to that. It appears that council would like a break, so we'll be back in 5 minutes. Let's come back at 3:10. All right, we're back now live. Kelsey, let's roll with the Mineral Springs application.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 291 Mineral Springs Road. The property is within the rural and waterfront designations in the official plan. The property is also within the waterfront backlot precinct. Provisional approval was granted for a consent application back in 2021 for 2 lots to create 2 new rural lots at the time. The area of which was, for this lot, was 13 hectares and 134 meters on Mineral Springs Road, conditional on the applicant upgrading Mineral Springs Road to provide a 132 meter frontage. So yeah, originally you could see in this, where my mouse is where the turnaround currently is. And then it was proposed that the road would be extended, the full extent of both of these proposed lots, so that each lot would have 132 meters of frontage. Given the condition, the applicant is now proposing to only extend the road for the second severed portion, 35.6 meters, for the proposed lot. Given the condition required the application to extend the maintained portion of the road 132 meters, the proposal now requires relief to permit the reduced frontage on a year-round municipally maintained road. So here you can see. To facilitate this development, a Class 3 council variation is required to permit the creation of the lot with 35 meters of frontage on a year-round maintained portion of Mineral Springs Road. When the lot was proposed in 2021, the applicant agreed to extend the road to a municipal standard to achieve the frontage. The applicant now only proposes to extend the road 35 meters, whereas 99 meters will still be kept on the non-maintained municipal road when there is perhaps feasibility to extend it further. The buffer between the road extension and the wetland abutting the road is 131 meters, which is 4 times the required buffer. Therefore, it would be appropriate to extend the road further to be more in keeping with the WB lot frontage requirements. There is also the wetland on the proposed lot, the same wetland. Initially, when there was a condition of the consent application to ensure there was appropriate buffers from the existing wetland. A 30-meter buffer is required from all other wetlands unless a technical report is submitted to suggest a lesser setback. The proposed extended road has been designed to maintain a 131-meter buffer from this wetland. However, it has not been confirmed that future development and site alteration on the severed lot 2 will maintain this 30-meter buffer. It appears that there is feasible development envelope outside the 30-meter buffer, although compliance with the setback has not yet been confirmed. New lots are required to have the entirety of the required frontage on a year-round municipally maintained road. Official plan, as you've heard, official plan policies discourage fragmentations of rural lots into small land holdings that are difficult and costly to service and conflict with other uses. As such, small lot frontages in areas are discouraged in new lot creation in rural areas. These policies promote fiscally responsible long-term planning for the rural area. Therefore, the application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the community planning permit. No objections were received. Given the analysis of town's policy and proposal, the application does not appear to conform with the policies within the official plan, nor be consistent with the provincial policy statement. As such, staff are recommending the denial of this application. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks very much. I'll call on the applicant or representative to speak to this.
Good afternoon, Chair Stone, members of council. My name is Graham Heisinger. I'm land use planner with Tulloch Engineering, 80 Main Street West, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H1W9. Here on behalf of the property owner, Jim Beecraft, who's in attendance behind me today. I also have Ted Maurer from Tulloch Engineering behind me as well. He was responsible for the design of the proposed upgraded road. So just to give a little bit of context here, as Kelsey mentioned, the lots were created, or provisionally approved, I should say, in 2021 through a decision of consent. One of those conditions of consent pertained to extending the municipal road, as Kelsey mentioned. Another condition of consent pertained to maintaining a 30-meter buffer from the wetland area. At that time, those conditions were both imposed, and as it turns out, it's really not possible to satisfy both of those conditions the way the property is oriented. The 30-meter buffer from the wetland area actually encroaches into the frontage that would have been required to be updated or upgraded to a full municipal road, and therefore, even if we were proposing a full extension of the municipal road, we'd still be encroaching into that 30-meter wetland buffer. So that's one of many reasons why we determined that it was preferable in this instance to reduce the proposed extension of the municipal road. And I'll kind of just go through and explain why I think this is beneficial both for the applicant and as well as the town in the long run, as the town will be the one assuming and maintaining the road. I understand the conclusion that staff have reached in this instance, but I respectfully disagree with the conclusion that was reached. So as Kelsey noted, we are requesting relief from section 4.3.4, which is just the zoning table for required frontage and setbacks for the waterfront backlot precinct, specifically the 134-meter frontage requirement in the waterfront backlot precinct. I should note that this is kind of similar to Savis's file earlier in the docket today for Mr. Chris House, in that the subject lands here were redesignated from a rural zone under the former zoning bylaw to the waterfront backlot precinct under the current CPP bylaw. Again, as I noted, the consents were approved provisionally in 2021, meaning that staff in the town felt that the proposed lots were appropriate at the time. Now, I should also note that the lot does have 135, I should say, meters of frontage. So it's not a question of whether it has an appropriate amount of frontage from a size perspective. It's whether the entirety of that frontage needs to be upgraded to a full municipal standard in order to appropriately service that lot. So in determining if that was the case, I pulled some references from the town CP bylaw as well as the official plan. So the bylaw defines lot frontage as the straight line horizontal distance between the side lot lines, such distance being determined by a line equal to the minimum front yard as measured at the side lot lines. The official plan has a little more information on frontage, and because of the nature of the redesignation of the property to a waterfront backlot, I kind of looked at both the rural provision or policies under the OP as well as the waterfront policies, just to cover all my bases, because it's designated rural, I would believe, but has been designated waterfront backlot under the CP. So section 7.2.21 of the official plan, the waterfront policies, states that new lot creation of residential backlots, which these would be, they don't have any water frontage, will only be permitted where the lot fronts on and is accessible directly from a year-round maintained public road. The rural policies, section 8.2.13 of the OP, states that unless otherwise specified, all new development will front upon and be accessible from a year-round publicly maintained road, which is in a condition appropriate for the use proposed and can accommodate the additional traffic. So none of those policies or provisions in the CP bylaw that I just referenced indicate that the entirety of that frontage necessarily needs to be upgraded to a municipal standard. The test that we're trying to meet in approving lots of this manner is whether those lots can be accessed and serviced effectively from a year-round maintained public road. And the proposed 35-meter extension onto this proposed severed lot achieves that. There's already been an entrance roughed into this second severed lot, and that entrance would be within the 35-meter extension of the public road that we're contemplating here today. There's also reference in the staff report to the PPS. I would not agree with the conclusion that the PPS is not being maintained by requesting a lesser extension of municipal infrastructure. The PPS actually contains a number of policies that encourage development that make efficient use of public infrastructure, and they pertain to preventing or not necessitating uneconomical expansion of said infrastructure. So to my mind, if we can achieve the policy direction of the official plan with a 35-meter extension of a public road as opposed to a 130-meter extension which would then be assumed by the town and have to be maintained and regraded and plowed, then that objective of the provincial policy statement is being met. The applicant's chosen a suitable building site on the proposed severed lot. As I mentioned, a driveway's already been roughed in, and that development envelope is going to be well outside of the environmental buffer established from the wetland feature. The intent of limiting the expansion of the road is also to be well outside of that wetland feature, ensure we're not disrupting the wetland feature and how it flows into the lake to the north. Through, site alteration, upgrading the road will require a significant amount of tree removal. So if we can limit that and still achieve the policies of the official plan in the direction of the plan and the PPS, then I think that's a plus. In this instance, it's my opinion that staff's conclusions don't accurately reflect the intent of the policy available, and the implicit direction, if this application is denied, would be that council would prefer to assume a 130-meter extension of a public road that doesn't actually benefit anyone beyond the proposed lot, because what we're looking at here is an extension of municipal services, municipal infrastructure in the form of a road that will benefit the proposed severed lot in this application and really no one else. There's a couple waterfront lots further down Mineral Springs to the east, but they've gotten by just fine using the private road that's currently in place. I think Kelsey's photos indicate that it's fairly well maintained for a private road. So what we'd be looking at here is a request for the town to consider a reduction in the publicly maintained portion of the road frontage, while acknowledging that the lot will itself have 135 meters of frontage, will be fairly large in character with the area, and suitable for rural residential development, which is the anticipated future use. So that's my opinion on the proposal. I'm happy to answer any questions that council might have, and thank you for your time.
Thanks very much. Council members, any comments or questions? Councilor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. So you said there's cottage lots at 344, 352, and 364. The other side of the lake all comes in from the other side. How does 364 get to there? Do they come down that road too? Because I see there's a blip of water there. It's
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't exactly know which one 364 is at the moment,
it's this one here.
Oh, okay, I don't know if that one's developed. Perhaps
Okay,
Jim
all right.
might know.
Yeah, but he comes in Fowler. Okay, all right. I was just wondering that. So with the road that's there now, basically a private road, we still have to provide fire services to them, so they're driving on it, no problem? Kelsey, are they, like, is it up to standards that the fire trucks can get down to 344 and 352?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm blanking on if fire commented. I believe they can access this route, that lot, based on the service, like.
Yeah, the road that's there now. Okay.
But I can't accurately confirm if that's true or not. Yeah.
All right.
Follow up?
Yeah, so, okay, so to my thoughts, that if right now we have residences down there and that are being able to, if there was a problem, it would have come up before, so I don't mind approving what's put forth in front of us.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Stone. I have to agree with Councillor Cloutier on this one. We've approved many lots on unmaintained roads, and the applicants know ahead of time that they don't have access may not have access to emergency services, but we still allow them to build or put homes in. And this is trying to save face with two things: save the wetland and create an opportunity for a public road. So I personally have no issue with this, so I'd also approve the application.
Thanks. Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I think it's interesting, Graham, compelling all the way around. I thought this was an interesting, in fact, when I first read it, I thought, well, it's a slam dunk, and I appreciate all of your writing, Kelsey. But after listening to your comments and the reasons why, and the fact that from an emergency service perspective, we still have the 35 meters that will be done. And so the driveway going into that property is still there and still all of that. So I don't have a problem with this application.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair Stone, and I tend to agree. The logical thinking here is that we want access to that lot. Do we want another 100-meter road that we need to maintain if we don't need to maintain it? If another development comes, and it comes, and we have to honor that and assume the road if they build the road. But I'm quite happy to approve this as proposed.
Any other comments from committee? All right. Then I'm going to read the original motion. Moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that Planning Council deny Community Planning Permit Application CPP 64 2023 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to provide relief from sections 4.3.4 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended, to permit the creation of a lot with only 35 meters of frontage on a year-round maintained portion of Mineral Springs Road. I set that aside. Moved by Councillor Cloutier, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that the following word be deleted, deny, and that the following word be inserted in its place, approve. Any discussion? All in favor? And that's carried. And now I will call the main motion as amended. All in favor? And that's carried.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Kelsey, you're still up. '84 Forbes Hill Drive.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 84 Forbes Hill Drive. The property is within the urban residential designation, as well as the urban residential high precinct with site-specific exemption for 34H1775. The application has been submitted to permit the construction of a 50-unit, 8-block townhouse development. Class 3 variation is needed to reduce the southern interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 5.7 meters for Townhouse Block 4, which is highlighted here. Permit 1 enclosed accessory structure per unit, and reduce the required townhouse width from 7 meters to 6 meters for interior units and 8.5 meters to 6 meters for end units in townhouse blocks 1 to 6, and reduce the required townhouse width from 8.5 to 7 meters for end units in townhouse blocks 7 to 8. The permitted use, the use is permitted within the precinct and the site-specific exception. However, some variations are needed to improve the increase the functionality of the block townhouses. Permitting each townhouse, each unit to have one enclosed accessory structure will allow for increased functionality for residents and mitigate future compliance issues, as backyard structures may not require building permits, but must conform with the CPP. Currently, only one enclosed accessory structure would be permitted for the entire 50-unit development. The reduction in widths of the townhouses is also technical in nature. For street townhouses, larger widths are preferred to reflect the frontage along the street, whereas the proposed block townhouses will be within a standard condominium with a private road. Therefore, each unit does not require street frontage, so the reduction is appropriate for this housing typology. As a result of the lot layout, the proposal also seeks a minor interior side yard setback relief of 0.28 meters for Townhouse Block 4. The remaining townhouse blocks will maintain the setback standards. The reduced interior side yard setback will not result in negative impacts and is considered a minor deviation. The proposed development would introduce a residential density of 22 units per hectare, which is compliant with the density requirements. The townhouses are 2 stories in height and will remain consistent, 2.5 stories in height, and will remain consistent with the context of the surrounding lands. Constraint mapping identifies steep slope areas on the subject lands, and through engineering design and architectural design, such slopes will be maintained where possible. A 15-meter setback area along the entire frontage remains part of the proposal as in the previous site-specific exception, which will maintain soil and vegetation along the road. The proposed development will largely occur in a flatter area of the site to accommodate the natural contours of the land. A scoped EIS was also included to assess the presence of any natural heritage features and assess impacts resulting from the development. The scoped EIS has identified no provincially significant natural heritage features on the subject lands or adjacent within 120 meters. A non-provincially significant wetland was identified close to the property, which is on the other side of the road. However, the scoped EIS found out the proposed development of the property will result in no loss, no impacts to the adjacent wetlands, and no impacts are anticipated. The application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the CPP bylaw. No objections were received. District Engineering and Public Works commented on the application, which is in attachment 4. Their comments include conditions for adequate infrastructure for water and sewer services and hydraulic modeling, which have been included in the recommendations for provisional approval. And this kind of carries over from the original holding that was on the property. Now those would be a condition. Through staff's review and analysis, the application would appear to conform with the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and therefore staff are recommending provisional approval. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll call on the applicant or representative to make any comments about this application. Nobody's coming forward. Are they online?
Chair Stone, I see one.
Well, let's hear them. There we are. Hello there.
Hello. Can everyone hear me okay?
I can hear you. The video's not syncing up, I don't think. Give us a wave. There you go.
Hello.
Okay. All right. We got you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, my name is Lauren Jeffrey. I'm a planner with Innovative Planning Solutions, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the applicant. I do have a brief presentation and slides. I did send them to Kelsey, but if I could get that shared, or if I could share my screen.
You can go ahead and share your screen.
Is everyone seeing this okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. All right, I'll try to keep this as brief as possible, as I think Kelsey did a great job on the subject lands. But I just want to add as well that the property is made up of 4 parcels, 4 PIN numbers. That's just a result of the past purchase of the road allowances from the municipality. And there is one single detached dwelling on the lot, but again, that will be demolished upon development. And do want to make note that the surrounding lands are near several different amenities and land uses, which help foster the achievement of a complete community. For example, the property is within walking distance to Conroy Park, Can Lake, the Canadian Summit Recreation Center, the Muskoka Heritage Place, and the Huntsville High School. Again, I won't go into too much detail here. I think Kelsey did a great job, so I'll just skip that slide and talk about the proposed development in a little bit more depth. So illustrative here, we have the site plan, which consists of 50 traditional townhouse units, and each townhouse will front the proposed roadway, which is directed off of Forbes Hill Drive and forms a Q configuration on the subject property. Each unit would have a private garage and driveway, providing a total of 2 parking spaces per unit, and an additional 11 visitor parking spaces are provided, abutting the open space parkland block towards the center of the property. And the required 15-meter front yard setback abutting Forbes Hill Drive is provided and shown on the plan in light green here. So existing vegetation and soil in this setback area will remain as is, and which maintains that natural presence of the property from the street view, protects the existing steep slope constraints where possible, and as such, the development will largely occur in the flatter area of the site to accommodate those natural contours of the land. And in terms of servicing, the proposed development will be serviced by gravity sanitary sewer installed within the private roadway and will discharge to an existing sanitary manhole located on Forbes Hill Drive. Water servicing for the proposal will provide a single connection to the existing water main along Forbes Hill Drive again, and all internal servicing will be installed as private plumbing under the Ontario Building Code. Here we just have some renderings of the proposal. There are 3 different townhouse designs, all shown above. Again, this is a 2 stories in height plus that private rooftop patio area. And the future tenure, as Kelsey explained, will be standard condominium, and that draft plan of standard condominium application will be reviewed by the District Municipality of Muskoka. There are 4 variations from the bylaw, and I'll just reiterate that the proposed use and development do comply with the existing precinct objectives and that site-specific exception zone, other than the 4 variations from the community planning permit, which are required, and as outlined by staff, the variations are minor and technical in nature. And again, when looking at the CPP permits, there's a criteria per section 1.20 of the bylaw that are reviewed against for the proposal. And the proposal has proven to satisfy Huntsville's CPP application criteria, which is demonstrated through the following. First, the proposed residential uses are considered appropriate, and the requested variations are understood as appropriate for the nature of that standard condominium tenure. And second, the proposal takes into account the characteristics of the property by designing the site layout to accommodate the unique contours of the land. And third, the scoped environmental impact study was prepared and has found that the proposed development will result in no loss of adjacent wetlands and no negative impacts are anticipated. Fourth, the development does promote the character of the Huntsville urban settlement area by promoting a compact built form that is compliant with the town's density requirements and has been designed to incorporate elements of the natural environment to maintain the property's natural street presence. Thus, the proposal is considered compatible with the surrounding land uses and character of the area. Fifth, the development incorporates a high degree of architectural design to promote an attractive and cohesive appearance and safely accommodate traffic flow and pedestrian mobility to contribute to community well-being. In addressing 6 and 7, the proposed development conforms to and does not conflict with the district and town official plan policies and is consistent with the provincial land use planning policies as it promotes efficient land use patterns and diverse housing options within the Huntsville urban settlement area. So in conclusion, this purpose of this Class 3 community planning permit application is to obtain the variations from the CPP bylaw to facilitate the development of a standard condominium plan consisting of 50 townhouse units. And as demonstrated, the proposal does satisfy all criteria applicable to the Class 3 community planning permit and is consistent with the provincial policy statement. And I will note that we have reviewed the staff recommendation, and we can note that we're in agreement with the proposed conditions of approval. And with that, I'd just like to conclude my presentation. Thank you all for listening.
All right, thanks very much for that. I'm going to go to council and Councillor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. I have a problem with this, just basically the location of it. I know it satisfies the plans and policies and rules that we have in place, but I don't think that applies to this area. If you plant this here, we've got our heritage place, McCann's Pond, maybe future expansion of Heritage Place over towards the Avro Center. The traffic, you're adding approximately 50 more vehicles a day in and out of an area that we're going to be inundated by the build on top of the hill. I don't exactly know the new development up there, how many is going to be coming out of that, but that's going to be quite a bit. There's no in and out way here. They're not going to go around by the arena to get out. They're going to be constantly coming in and out at Burnell Road, Town Line. So that's going to create a lot of traffic. People use this area down there for green space. I know not necessarily on that property, but a lot of people park at Conroy Park. We have a recreation field there that, it sometimes get noisy. Are we going to get complaints for the residents because of the Conroy Park? People walk all in that area. That's a huge walking area. I'm not for this. I don't like the area. I like the design of the buildings, everything, but where it's planning on going, it doesn't suit that area.
All right, thank you very much. Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I guess I'm looking at this and thinking the application actually is in a currently permitted use area because it's designated as an urban residential high precinct. So I think we're not questioning that. I understand your comments, Councillor Cloutier. But given that's the case, then I'm going to look at the application itself. And I like the application, but given its location, for a number of the reasons that you said, I guess I want to sort of drill down a little bit more. I appreciate the 15-meter buffer of the naturalized area. I'm really hypersensitive to the fact that this is just down the road from the Summit Hill, which has caused a lot of grief. And I know I've been out there saying that won't happen again. So my fear is, and I don't think this is the same, I just right up front for the reasons you described, I don't think it's the same considering this natural buffer. But I guess I would also look at what type of revegetation, when you're going in to build 50 townhouses, then it will have that appearance of clear cutting what is currently quite a lovely stand of trees. So what is the buffer's great. How else will this area be revegetated?
Kelsey?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll say firstly is that now we have the CPP bylaw in place, so that covers site alteration. So clear cutting wouldn't be permitted if it's beyond the threshold of the clear cutting within the bylaw. We were also going to suggest a landscaping plan to show a high degree of natural vegetation, and we've kind of included that in the condition as we used to do with major site plans, that all plans and studies are to the satisfaction of the town. And typically that's something that we've done after this meeting, especially when there's things being like variations, that's something if it wasn't approved, that they might have to make changes. So the landscaping plan usually comes after. But if you wanted to bolster any of the conditions to ensure specific vegetation retention, that you're welcome to do that.
Just a quick follow-up, and I appreciate that, Kelsey. So can you give me an example or two how we might bolster it so that it, you know, again, if you're building 50 townhomes, that when we saw the diagram, how might we bolster that in addition to the 15-meter natural buffer?
Thank you for the question, through you, Mr. Chair. Sometimes we've seen vegetated buffers being required. I'm blanking on other things that we've done, but maybe Director Maxwell or Manager Clark has some ideas of what we could suggest.
Director Maxwell?
Thank you, Chair Stone. I'm looking to Manager Clark to see if he's figured anything out yet. But with the CPP, it is a bit different. And normally we would be providing council with landscape plans as part of major site plan approval consideration. And in this case, we don't have that because it's a CPP3. However,
Yeah, thank you, and I'm sorry I wasn't making eye contact. I was looking at the plans. So I think whenever you're looking at development like this, you have to take into consideration the site alterations. So how much grade alteration is going to be needed for the development to occur? So realistically, that's the issue. And I think what we can do is, I remember right off the bat when we were speaking with this developer, we talked about those things, and I know they heard. I think there is a lot of grade alterations that are needed, but we can work with them on asking them to retain as much vegetation as possible on the site where they don't need to do those grade alterations. And that's really, I think, the best we can do. And then where possible in areas that have been altered, we could ask for restoration to a natural state. And that can be our goal, I think, with the revegetation of this. First, retain as much as possible, then revegetate wherever you can.
Thank you for that, Richard. And just a final follow-up. I think on that step 3 is where the site alteration has to occur. One of the things that we actually started talking about at our Environment Committee yesterday was where's the municipality at as to tree planting? So it's that step 3 of the, how did we call that, our revegetation plan. And that is really as critical as maintaining what already exists, so that it comes back, if not the same, even better than what it was before, so that it doesn't look like we've gone in, we've approved a strip to maintain, and then for the rest of it, it looks like it's been clear cut, right? So I just, if we're thinking sort of at maintaining our natural heritage corridor, I think that's maybe the operative word. And if we can do that and start doing that with real emphasis, then I certainly support this application.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Stone. I have a couple of questions. First one, I just wonder, is this going to be a phased-in project? Like, they plan on building one building and move on to the next? I just wonder that.
Maybe thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Maybe I'll defer to the applicant or the planner to speak to that. I don't believe it's phased, but just to confirm.
Will this be a phased development?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, it will not be phased. It's plans to be all developed at once.
Okay, just the second part of that. I wonder if the developers are aware of, well, I'm sure they're on a hill on a rock here. I was on site of a development the other day where they ran into problems with natural gas lines due to the granite below them. So they're having quite an issue getting through. I just want to make sure the developer's aware of the problems they could run into trying to get the infrastructure in.
All right. Any other questions? Councillor Morrison?
Thank you, Chair Stone, and through you. And a question just for Lauren. I concur with everything Her Worship has expressed about the vegetation. And I wonder, the open amenity area, it doesn't give any details of that unless I missed it in the report. Do you know what will be going there? Will it be trees, playgrounds? Any thoughts?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for your question. That will be a parkland anticipated, but again, we have yet to do our landscape plan, which, as Kelsey mentioned, is something that is going to be required and will be done, and that's going to provide more detail as to what will be planned in that park. But from speaking with the developer, it was anticipated to have extra green space, and we can definitely look into keeping as much vegetation as possible, and while also making a good amenity space to make that good, complete community.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Just a couple of comments really quickly. Councillor Cloutier mentioned that the exit point will be on Brunel and Town Line Road for this property. There will be there for sure will be extra traffic, foot traffic there. I agree with that. I think it reinforces the point that we need to, as more development happens in this area, we need to look at a crosswalk for Town Line and Brunel Road. It's only going to get worse. It is not a good situation right now. I know the district would have to be involved with that. It's complicated, but it's something that should be noted with this application, I think, because of the extra traffic and foot traffic. And just one quick comment about the park. Want to make sure that whatever is decided for the park, that it's going to be a low maintenance situation where we're not having to have our operations people maintain it, mulch it, weed it, all those kind of things. Thank you.
All right, I don't see other hands. I just have a question about snow storage. We often get lots of snow in a short period of time, and this is very dense. I'm not sure where the snow is going to go.
Thank you for the question. I don't have the snow storage plate. It hasn't been placed on the site plan, but that's something that would be included with the landscaping plan and a part of the provisional approval. I don't know if Lauren has an idea of where the snow storage is proposed. That's not on the plan as of yet, but I'll let her speak to that if she has anything further to add.
Lauren, you're welcome to speak if you have an answer.
Through you, Mr. Chair, and no, until we have that landscape plan and look further into those details, we won't know for sure where that snow storage area is. But to sort of extend off of the comment before, this will be a standard condominium, and so as such, all servicing will be private. So snow removal, whether it may be shipped off-site and as well, that parkland will be privately maintained.
Wonderful, thank you. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Stone. This can be a question for Kelsey or someone anyhow. I'm just wondering, maybe this warrants a traffic study in that area if we're going to have such an increase in traffic, or has that been done?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair, there has this traffic study that has been completed. I read through it, and there were no recommendations for road improvements at this time. So that was the conclusion of the study. And I believe operations is reviewing it, and if there's anything that comes out of that, that could also be included in the provisional conditions to get more information about.
All right. I see no other hands. Moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that Planning Council provisionally approve Community Planning Permit Application CPP 69 2023 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to provide relief from sections 4.2.4 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended, to reduce the southern interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 5.57 meters for Townhouse Block 4, permit one enclosed accessory structure per unit for utility sheds only, reduce the required townhouse width from 7 meters to 6 meters for interior units, and from 8.5 meters to 6 meters for end units in the townhouse blocks 1 to 6, and reduce the required townhouse width from 8.5 meters to 7 meters for end units in townhouse blocks 7 and 8, all to permit a 50-unit, 8-block townhouse development with each block as illustrated on attachment number 2 to report DEV 2023-101. conditional on all final plans and drawings be to the satisfaction of the town of Huntsville and all other commenting agencies. Adequate provision for the infrastructure, including water and sewer services, are secured to the satisfaction of the district municipality of Muskoka, and hydraulic modeling of both water and sewer services being completed to the satisfaction of the district municipality of Muskoka, and any required improvements for modifications being implemented to the satisfaction of the district municipality of Muskoka. And further that, upon the conditions of provisional approval being fulfilled in accordance with Section 1.17 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended, a Class 3 Community Planning Permit be issued to authorize the above described development conditional on the development being carried out in accordance with the community planning permit, including plans and drawings, all exterior lighting being dark sky compliant in accordance with the Town of Huntsville Outdoor Lighting Bylaw 2016-3 as amended, and all disturbed areas being stabilized and restored to existing conditions or better immediately upon completion of the works. Comments or questions? All in favor? And that's carried. Opposed? I'm sorry for not calling that. Thank you. All right. Kelsey, you're speaking to the Rogers application.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 124 Claren Crescent. The property, sorry, keep skipping forward. The property is within the waterfront designation in the official plan and within the waterfront residential 60-meter precinct. The accessory building was reviewed under SPA 125-2022. In front of you as circled, and the building appeared to be compliant with the provided site plan. The application was to be approved, but the passage of Bill 23 eliminated the requirement for site plan control. A building permit was therefore issued, and then the foundation was poured, and then the building permit had requested a surveyor confirm the setbacks, and it was determined that the foundation poured was too close to the rear and southern interior lot lines. Therefore, the application was submitted to recognize the location of the 56 square meter single-story accessory building with attached deck. A variation is required to reduce the rear yard setback from 10 meters to 5.14 meters and reduce the southern interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 6.4 meters and reduce the south interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 1.79 meters for the attached deck. Accessory buildings are to maintain the same setbacks as primary dwellings except where provisions specify. In the WR1 precinct, garage is permitted a 6 meter rear yard setback. The relief is to reduce the rear yard setback from 10 meters to 5.14 meters because the proposed building is not a garage. However, the WR1 rear yard setback abutting the road would seem appropriate for the accessory development in this instance. It is abutting the road, so it's appropriate in this instance. So you can see here the existing garage, and that's the area for development. The proposed development is in keeping with the existing development and waterfront character. The development is also screened by from the lake by existing vegetation, and retention of the existing vegetation will be implemented through the CPP should the variation be approved. So just some, it's also two-tiered development based on the sloping of the property. So that's the location of the proposed accessory structure. Oops. The proposed development was circulated in accordance with the provision of the community planning permit and to the Lake Vernon Association, which had no objection to the proposal. 2 letters of support were provided for the application. Through staff's review and analysis, the application would appear to conform with the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement, and therefore staff are recommending approval. Thank you so much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll call on the applicant or representative to make any comments. Oh, we got a new face.
I am the applicant's agent, Adam Lenny, the permit guy. 35 Cupper Bitch Trail, P1L 1Y1. Through you, Chair, and thank you for hearing us today. I'd just like to hit on a few key points today for this single-story accessory structure with attached deck that we're here about today. The topography of Clare and Crescent, as you saw in the pictures, are quite substantial when we're standing up top and see the top of their cottage roof. So there was only a few areas that we could actually build in, and with that cul-de-sac, the way it comes in, was actually surveyed and came out a bit different than we had originally thought, which is why we're here today asking for the side yard and rear yard setbacks. We have letters of support to the neighbors that were encroaching, and they had no issues at all, as this is proposed to be behind anything that's developed on the neighbor's property. It should also be noted that the structure meets all other zoning bylaws except for the side and rear yard setbacks that we're asking for relief for today. I'm here to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Awesome, thank you. Committee or council, any comments or questions? First time today. Moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve Community Planning Permit Application CPP 77 2023 HTE, the purpose and effect of which is to provide relief from Section 4.3.4 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended. 2, reduce the rear yard setback from 10 meters to 5.14 meters for the accessory building. Reduce the interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 4.64 meters for an accessory building, and to reduce the southern interior side yard setback from 6 meters to 1.79 meters for the attached deck to the accessory building. All to recognize a 56 square meter single-story accessory building with attached deck. And further that the community planning permit be issued to authorize the above described development conditional on the proposed development being undertaken in accordance with the community planning permit, including final approved plans and drawings, all exterior lighting being dark sky compliant in accordance with the Town of Huntsville Outdoor Lighting Bylaw 2016-3 as amended, and all disturbed areas being stabilized and restored to existing conditions or better immediately upon completion of the works. Comments? All in favor? And that's carried. All right. Richard's going to speak to 46 Haynes Road. Yeah. Anytime, Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, the subject property is located at 46 Haynes Road. The lands are designated urban residential and are within Huntsville's urban area in the Huntsville official plan. The lands are contained within the urban residential medium precinct in the community planning permit bylaw, with previous site-specific exceptions R30489 and R40490, and a small area contained below a natural constraints 2 overlay. The surrounding uses are residential, public open space, and commercial in nature, and include 2 multi-residential retirement living developments and a townhouse development to the east, an automotive retail establishment, and public open space to the north. Bungalow townhouses that are associated with an earlier phase of the High Crest condominium development on the lands are also under construction. This application is further to several previous planning approvals granted by the town and the district for the lands, which include a zoning bylaw amendment, a site plan agreement application, a site plan agreement amendment application, a phased standard condominium description application, a holding lifting application, and a consent application. On August 21st, 2021, Council passed bylaw 2021-63 to amend the zoning on the subject lands to permit 2 multi-residential apartment buildings. With a combined total of 80 units in both, as part of a 150-unit condominium development called High Crest. In accordance with Section 1.9 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw, those previous approvals and the exception that I referenced earlier, R40490, would continue to apply to these lands. In addition to permitting this form of development, this exception also includes provisions to reduce the minimum required setback for parking garages connected below grade to 0 meters, impose minimum building setbacks of 10 meters from the R4 zone limit around the multi-res buildings, deem the total number of loading spaces required to service all units to be 1, establish that the height of multiple dwelling residential buildings shall be measured from the average finished grade along the wall where the front entrance to the building is located, establish a maximum permitted lot coverage of 35%, with lot coverage, density, and similar calculations being based on the total area of the lands subject to the bylaw that imposed these previous exceptions. This application is for, today that we're looking at is for a community planning permit to permit the construction of 2 5-story multiple residential apartment buildings containing 89 units overall as part of the High Crest Phase Standard Condominium development. So the first building, the proposed buildings will be mid-rise apartment buildings connected below grade with an underground parking garage, and with building 1 on the west having a gross floor area of 5,426 meters squared and 47 units in total, and building 2 to the east having a gross floor area of 4,518 meters squared with 42 units in total. A Class 3 variation is required to facilitate this development to provide relief for the increasing the maximum number of multiple dwelling units from 80 to 89, reducing the minimum required parking spaces for multiple dwelling apartment units from 1.25 spaces for each dwelling units plus an additional parking space for every 5 units to 1.24 spaces for each dwelling unit, and to increase the maximum permitted height for the multiple dwelling apartment buildings from 11 meters to 17 meters. In addition to these changes, 1 townhouse will be eliminated from the overall development, so the High Crest condominium development overall will contain 158 units as a result of this change, with 69 of those being bungalow townhouse units and 89 being multiple dwelling units. Where an application proposes an increase to the permitted height, Section 2.51 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw applies to the evaluation of the variation and requires that a community benefit is provided that has a reasonable planning relationship to the increase in height. Potential community benefits are outlined in Section 2.52 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. In this instance, pedestrian trail connections have been installed around the site to provide community benefits already. Staff reviewed the application against the criteria for considering variations as outlined in Section 120 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw, and this analysis is documented in the discussion section of the report. The changes proposed can generally be described as 2 additional floors, 9 additional units, and a reduction in required parking by 19 spaces. It's understood that these changes are largely the result of refinements to the proposal to adjust floor plans. The footprint of the 2 buildings is unchanged, and parking reduction is being justified based on the fact that many units would likely be occupied by households with 1 car. A traffic impact brief addendum was provided in support of this application to justify the proposed changes, and to justify the proposed change in height, a visual impact assessment was provided. Here's a conceptual version of the landscape plan, which will be refined. Given the topography of the site, the changes proposed warrant additional planting of trees along the Haynes Road frontage. to mitigate visual impacts identified from viewpoints in this area as outlined in the visual impact assessment. Preliminary landscape plans have been provided, as you see on your screen, but they don't show the area in question, so we will be asking for updated plans to show mitigative planting throughout the site. Revisions would include the recommended additional mix of native tree species along Haynes Road frontage for visual screening purposes. Here's another image that was provided by the applicant to show the functional amenity areas that are being considered along with these apartment buildings. The development is compatible with the surrounding land uses characterized by urban residential development and a mix of housing types. The proposal has ensured that density and height proposed in this development is focused towards the middle of the property, with lower density built forms concentrated around the perimeter. This helps achieve an appropriate transition between the proposed high density mid-rise development and surrounding lower density development on neighboring lands. Additionally, it's noted that other mid-rise development is located nearby, which this development is also compatible with. The visual impact assessment proposes measures to ensure that appropriate landscaping is proposed to further ensure compatibility. Here are some elevations that were provided to illustrate what the buildings would look like. And here's a rendering of, I believe, Building 1 with a view from the parking area. And here's a rendering of the amenity area with a view from the rear of Building 1. With respect to the official plan, the residential designation permits higher density development along with various other housing options. With the gross density set in section C339 of the official plan at between 25 and 60 units per gross hectare. The 150 units originally approved as part of this High Crest development and the additional 8 units proposed in this instance achieve a compact built form that falls within the permitted density range. Section C3215 of the official plan provides policies respecting height and massing in the Huntsville urban settlement area, and these policies require that building height, massing, and architectural features respect and fit into the context of the character of the immediate area. They also look for compatibility between new and existing development, and they look to see that proposed buildings fit into the topography of the area and do not project above the tree line. Additionally, these policies ensure that overlook and shadowing effects are considered. When a proposed building exceeds relevant height provisions, as noted earlier, community benefits are required as part of the official plan. The visual impact assessment submitted in support of this application was intended to identify and evaluate the potential visual impacts of the proposed development and what those impacts may have on surrounding land uses. The authors of this report found that the development proposal is in conformity with the town's official plan and fits well into the surrounding area's landscape character by blending in with adjacent residential developments. Further, the authors noted that through implementation of all recommended mitigation measures, visual screening will be sufficiently provided to lessen the visual impacts on surrounding land uses. Respecting potential traffic impacts, as noted earlier, the addendum was provided, and the author of the addendum noted that the proposed changes to the development would not have any material impact on the operations of adjacent road networks. As such, no improvements are required. Respecting the reduction in parking, the author noted of that impact brief noted that the provision of 1.24 spaces is considered reasonable in this instance, given that 85 of the proposed 89 units will be 1 or 2 bedroom units, making vehicle ownership of 1 per unit a reasonable assumption. Respecting the provision of community benefits, as noted earlier, there has been extensive pedestrian linkages provided throughout this development. one more shot from the visual impact assessment. This application was circulated in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Community Planning Permit Bylaw. One letter of objection was received by a member of the public at the time of agenda publication. Additionally, following agenda publication, an individual affiliated with the board of directors of the neighboring condominium corporation provided documentation for circulation to council detailing an agreement reached between their board and the developer relating to preservation of existing mature trees along the east side of the property. The objector raised the primary concern was with the proposed height increase. Among the concerns they raised were the fact that the building would be higher than the remaining trees surrounding it and would cast shadows over the surrounding lots. It's noted in the submitted visual impact assessment that height was addressed, and it was specifically addressed in relation to the surrounding trees and the character of the surrounding lands. District of Muskoka staff provided comments that were attached to my report, and these comments indicated that District would have no objection to the approval of the application, provided matters noted in their letter were addressed. And we've added conditions to the approval in our recommendation to address those matters. The fire department and building department also provided comments on this application relating to the provision of an appropriate fire access route, fire hydrant locations on the plans, and we will of course ask for those to be shown. The fire department also recommended that a fire prevention program be submitted to the fire department and implemented at the construction site if the proposed building is to be built of combustible construction material. The building department requested submission of a building matrix and for the two buildings. Through staff's review and analysis, it's been determined that with the implementation of the recommended conditions in attachments 1 and 2 of the report, the applications appear to meet the applicable criteria for approval under the Community Planning Permit Bylaw, and the development would appear to be consistent with the provincial policy statement. Therefore, staff is recommending provisional approval of the application. And I think that's all I have, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
It's plenty. Thank you. I'll call on the applicant or the representative.
Wayne Simpson, Pollock Engineering, same address as earlier today. We sincerely appreciate the very positive report of the staff. And as a professional planner, I concur with Richard's conclusions about the PPS and district and local official plan conformity. Just to help justify my attendance for this long, I just wanted to make a few points. I thought some of them might be informative to the council as you go forward. With respect to the units in the mid-rise buildings, as was stated, the number of smaller units have been introduced into the project. So 64 to 65% of the units in the buildings will be one bedroom or one bedroom plus den. So they'll hit a different price point. They'll be in the 700 to 900 square foot range. So that's very positive, I think, especially for young professionals or others moving to the community or somebody wanting to downsize. So that's a very positive thing. With respect to the parking arrangements, parking requirements, I had the occasion to attend an OMB hearing on a building in Bracebridge, a condominium building, which was largely comprised of 2 and 3 bedroom units. And together with the planner for the town of Bracebridge, we were able, and a traffic consultant, the same consultant who dealt with this one, we were able to have the parking standard reduced from 1.5 to 1.25. In the course of doing that, I and others had the opportunity over an extended period of time to take over 700 observations of visitor parking consumption at these condominium developments, Drumcarey, Legends of the Falls, Algonquin Landing, and through Bracebridge and Huntsville. And out of that, we had one reading one day that exceeded 1.25. None of them exceeded 1.3, and most of them were below the 1.2. So Our observations are consistent with the traffic consultant's conclusions, and those were dealing with units that are much larger. So as Richard said, the likelihood of people in the one bedrooms having 2 cars is pretty remote. One thing I did want to talk about briefly is the height. The bylaw that Richard mentioned earlier in 2021 that came forward to zone part of these lands R4, the initial application included a request to increase the height from 11 meters to something, I don't know, 15, 16, or some number. And at that time, it was all based on a very conceptual plan, looking down and really just having a footprint of a building and not really having any design. And in the course of the discussion with planning committee at the time, it was really felt by, I think, everybody around the table that it was difficult to speak of the height of the building and to evaluate that without some perspectives of what the buildings would look like and everything. And that was an early date in terms of the process. So, so Dave Goodfellow withdrew that as from a request and without any hesitation and with the understanding that we would come back when the plans, had evolved, and that's where we are today. I was curious about the origin of the 11-meter height requirements. So I went back into my archives. I've been here a long time. In the bylaw in 1974, the maximum height for a building, medium density, or a building like this was 35.5 feet. And the 35 feet. And the maximum height of a house was equivalent of 9 meters. There's references in the official plan going back to 1997 as well, talking about multiple residential development, making references to lower density, higher density, low-rise, high-rise apartments, and low profile developments. But in 1974, again, it was 35 feet, 10.7 meters. 1997, it went to 11 meters. And in 2008, it stayed at 11 meters. And now in the CP bylaw at 2023, it's 11 meters. So we've held constant for 50 years, the maximum height of an apartment building or a building like this to 11 meters, notwithstanding all the language that we use nowadays about intensification, densification, the efficient use of services, minimizing, trying to minimize the impact of the development on the ground surface, more green space, less stormwater management, less heat effects, and all these other good things. And there's no reconciliation, in my mind, between allowing a house at 9 meters and restricting an apartment building to 11 meters.
So if I'll interject here, you'll be quite happy with the motion that we'll be discussing later in this meeting about height.
Well, fabulous. I appreciate it. I think I might stay around a little longer. But no, but I really think it's important, and I appreciate that the town no longer has a height limit in the official plan per se, except along the waterfront or something like that. And so I appreciate that, and the official plan has gone in the right direction. It's just how does it translate into the CP bylaw, or how does it translate into a zoning bylaw historically? And so I really think it's important. There's a lot of benefits of reducing the parking requirements. Again, more green space, more amenity area, less heat, microclimate, heat impacts, and all those other good things. So I appreciate that you're already steps ahead of me. And we look forward to having the permit approved today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Council members, any comments or questions? Councilor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. Richard, during this report, mentioned that there was attached a memorandum agreement that was signed by the neighboring development and the applicant for Haynes Road. I think it's very important that the applicant agrees to maintain that agreement and honor that agreement to preserve the tree buffer mentioned in the agreement and plant new trees. That was sort of addressed in your report. So I'd hope that that would be the case. I really feel that it's important to protect the neighborhood that way. Thank you.
Richard, can you confirm that that vegetative buffer will maintain?
I can confirm that, and I should also note that there is a provision in the site-specific exception that requires a treed vegetation area along the lot line that that person was concerned about.
Beautiful. Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Thank you very much, Richard, for a really good, a great report, and Wayne for your comments around height. Really useful, especially that comparison, 9, 11. So one question, actually a couple of questions. One is that agreement that Councillor Clark referred to. I know they had an old agreement. The one that we saw today, was that an updated one? And does that agreement tacitly concur with the height increase?
So thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear about the agreement, it has nothing to do with the town. So it's just between
Right.
the developer and the condo board.
Right.
What the town would be enforcing is the zoning provision that says that there's supposed to be a vegetative buffer there.
Right,
So-
okay. Same question, though, whether it's, so I'll go to Wayne then. And I just can't remember during the signing of that agreement if there was any reference to height. in that. Or is it just the vegetative buffer?
It was the vegetative buffer, but
Okay.
at the same time, they appreciated the change in the height. I would also want to comment that the developer, in this instance, has already planted trees on the neighboring property, on the condo property,
Right.
to bolster that landscape buffer. And one of the things I just wanted to point out, as much as I don't really like to refer to Vernon View that
Yes.
much, the first floor of this building that we're talking about now is 13 meters lower than the first floor at Vernon View.
Right.
And the roof itself is 13 meters lower than the roof at Vernon View.
Right.
So in terms of putting it into a neighborhood context,
Yep.
we're starting lower and we're ending lower. So there's a big difference.
In fact, 13 meters lower, we're
Yeah,
ending with
exactly.
the five. Okay,
Exactly.
that's.
Wonderful.
If I may, just I said I had 2 comments.
Go ahead.
I had 1 question, I had 1 comment. I don't, this one is a comment.
Go ahead.
I appreciate the proposal. I like this proposal because the reference to the multi being in the center of the development. And also, we've talked a lot around this table about design. And I believe the applicant in this case has spent a lot of time on the design. The facade, is not just one big wall. It juts in and out, and it steps back on that upper floor. And for me, that's everything. So I appreciate that, and I'm absolutely supportive of this application.
I would add my appreciation to the style of it as well. Any other comments on this application? All right. Moved by Councillor Cloutier, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that Planning Council provisionally approve the Community Planning Permit Application CPP 90-2023 HTE. The purpose and effect of which is to provide relief from Section 1.9 and subsections 3.2.2 and 4.2.4 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended. 2, increase the maximum number of multiple dwelling units from 80 to 89. Reduce the minimum required parking spaces for multiple dwelling apartment units from 1.25 spaces for each dwelling unit, plus an additional parking space for every 5 units to 1.4 spaces for each dwelling unit. And increase the maximum permitted height for the multiple dwelling apartment buildings from 11 meters to 17 meters. All to permit the construction of 2 5-story multiple dwelling apartment buildings containing 89 units overall as part of phased condominium development, conditional on conditions of provisional approval as listed in Attachment 1 to Report DEV 2023-103 being fulfilled. And further that, upon the conditions of provisional approval being fulfilled in accordance with subsection 1.17 of the Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended, a Class 3 Community Planning Permit be issued to authorize the above-described development conditional on development being completed in accordance with the conditions as listed in Attachment Number 2 to Report DEV 2023-103 being attached to the Community Planning Permit. Comments? All in favor? And that's carried. All right, we're still slugging away here. Highview application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, the subject property in this instance is located on the east side of Highview Drive, near the intersection of Highview Drive and Ferryview Drive. These applications were last before Planning Council on January 25th, 2023. The lot is designated urban residential within the urban settlement area in the Huntsville official plan and is zoned, and it used to be zoned residential 1 in the Huntsville zoning bylaw. Under the CPP bylaw, the lot is classified as a urban residential low precinct. As noted at January's meeting, the subject applications were submitted to permit the construction of a total of 12 residential units on the lands as part of a subdivision development consisting of a 6-unit street townhouse, a 4-unit street townhouse, and a semi-detached dwelling. The zoning bylaw amendment application Z30-2022 proposed to change the zoning on the lands from a residential 2 holding zone to a residential 3 holding zone with exception to permit the development with exceptions that would reduce the minimum required front yard setback to from 7 meters to 4.5 meters, reduce the minimum required front yard setback and the minimum required rear yard setbacks for dwellings from 10 meters to 6 meters. And sorry, one of those setbacks was a reduction for garages from 7 meters to 6 meters. And also to decrease the lot area for end exterior units for townhouse or semi-detached developments from 315 meters squared to 280 meters squared. And finally, to increase the maximum permitted primary lot coverage from 35% to 48%. Draft plan of subdivision applications application S 2022-12 proposed to divide the lands containing the proposed townhouse and semi-detached dwelling units from 12 into 12 separately conveyable parcels. A holding provision added to the lands in 2014, which was imposed to ensure infrastructure is constructed or secured and that necessary development agreements, including a site plan agreement, are entered into, is currently proposed to remain in place to address servicing matters prior to development proceeding. And that's all information that was proposed as part of the planning application. Here's a conceptual engineering drawing that was provided as part of the functional servicing report. Issues relating to the following matters were identified by the public, staff, and agencies as matters for further consideration when this matter was last considered. They included traffic impacts resulting from the proposed development and the suitability of Highview Road for accommodating intensification, consideration of design measures such as setbacks, tree preservation, and privacy fencing to permit appropriate density transition and compatibility with surrounding lands, implementation of mitigation measures recommended in the submitted environmental impact study, including implementation of timing windows for tree removals, extensions of sanitary services from Ferryview Drive northwards to service the development, and feasibility of lot-level stormwater management control facilities. Respecting traffic impacts and sidewalks, members of the public provided written and oral comments noting traffic concerns respecting Highview Drive and the potential to aggravate these given the design of the subdivision and the width and vertical alignment of the road. Highview Drive specific concerns noted by these members of the public included pedestrian impact and connectivity, additional traffic volume versus road compatibility, and parking requirements. MTO had requested a traffic impact statement in relation to this matter, but later advised one would no longer be needed. Staff discussed the public's concerns with the proponent, and a traffic impact letter was requested. In lieu of a requested traffic impact letter, which the applicant felt was unwarranted, staff determined it would be appropriate to take a road widening in front of the property and to accept a cash in lieu value for the provision of future appropriately designed sidewalk in the vicinity. Here you can see the existing width of the road is approximately 17.7 meters to the north of the property. But in front of this particular property, it's only approximately 13.85. So when we talked about a road widening, we would prefer that a 3.85 meter road widening would be provided. But realizing the constraints in relation to this property in terms of its depth, we agreed to ask for a 1.93 meter widening in consultation with the applicant. The relief, all of those reliefs requested in this application needed to be adjusted because of this widening, and the recommendation provided at this time reflects those adjusted reliefs. The matter of rear yard fence, privacy fencing was noted in written comments provided by the public, and it was also noted that a requirement for a 1.6 meter high privacy fence along the rear yards of the proposed lots would be supported by some members of council. To address this matter, an additional provision to require this fencing has been added to a special zoning exception in the recommendation provided. A condition of approval has been recommended in attachment 1 to ensure that the EIS recommendations are implemented through a development agreement. And according to the functional servicing report submitted in support of this application, as I said earlier, sanitary servicing will need to be extended. So to address this matter, the district has requested that the zoning bylaw continue to include a holding provision to require that servicing be provided. On review of the stormwater management proposal for the proposed development, the town's operations department indicated that the applicant is required to provide stormwater quality control treatment to enhanced level of protection, and noted that low impact development may be incorporated into the design as an additional measure to help control quality. Concerns with the feasibility of lot level stormwater controls respecting required release rates and their maintenance by private landowners post-construction were discussed with the applicant. Suitability was confirmed through geotechnical assessments, and it was agreed that proposed rear yard soakaway pits could be accepted in this instance, provided maintenance manuals are supplied to future landowners to ensure continued operation. And a condition of approval relating to this matter is included in attachment 1. Here's some site photos. I think all the previous site photos were from the winter, so it was nice to get some summer, end of summer shots. And with the above matters now addressed, staff note that the proposed development would appear to conform to the intent of the official plan and be consistent with the provincial policy statement, providing the outstanding matters are addressed as described above in our report. As such, staff are recommending approval of zoning bylaw amendment application Z30-2022 with modified site-specific exceptions, and are recommending conditional approval of draft plan of subdivision application S 2022-12, subject to recommended conditions of approval listed in attachment 1. Thank you for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Richard. I'll call the applicant, his representative. Getting weary here.
I will try to make this as brief as possible, but there is something to discuss. So, can you pull up the PowerPoint presentation?
Oh, yeah. Just a second.
Can I use your mouse? Yeah, to click through. Perfect. So I have a brief PowerPoint presentation here just to run through. So in the onset, this has been a long road getting to this point, and you know, we, as a planner, we don't have any issue with the recommendations being made by staff in terms of approving this land use change for this property. What the applicants have been left frustrated by is the late request for the road widening, and I just want to walk you through that. And basically, the purpose of my presentation here today is the applicants are hoping that council would consider waiving that request for the road widening. So I'm not going to go through the background in terms of what the application is all about, because I think Richard has covered that off well. So I want council to understand that the project has been in discussion since we pre-consulted in March of 2022. At that moment in time, and seeing the deviation of that weird shaped lot, I think Richard showed it pretty well. I specifically requested, because it was going to affect the design of this property, it was both the district public works department and the town's operations department that were there at that meeting. I specifically asked, would we need a road widening for this property? And the answer from both departments was no. As long as the engineers can put the services in the roadway in the existing road allowance, they were okay. So that was fine. So we proceeded on that basis and designed these units to fit the property based on that. The subject lands were originally approved in 2014 for creation, and road widening was not required then. In 2000, it lapsed. In 2017, it went through the process again for consent. It was not requested then or implemented then. So we then pre-consulted in 2022, and there was a circulation of the ZBA application to the January 2023 meeting. Ops provided comments on that application. Was not requested then either as well. And basically, this request came in August 28th to this year. So it leaves us in a position where, and I really appreciate staff trying to rework this bylaw, but there is a couple things that are still required to make this work. For instance, when you look at the proposal here, and I'm not going to I'll skip through a couple of these things because Richard already showed them.
Yep.
That's where that would line up with the actual road allowance that is existing along Highview. This is what's being requested, and that's great. I understand that obviously it's better than the one before. But what ends up happening is we have 2 parking spaces per unit to meet the required bylaw requirements. When you move the front lot line in, what happens is the driveway gets shortened. That parking space no longer complies. You have to push the garage back in order to get the 2 tandem spots in. And what that does is it causes an even further reduction in the rear yard setback from the garage, and also causes you have to redesign those buildings, the floor plans for all of them as well. So basically, the request from the applicants to me to propose to council is, given the timing of this matter, if we could look at just approving this without a road widening. If there's a need for one in the future, it could be expropriated. I know that's a messy situation, and I don't want to say that that is necessarily the best way to do it, but there was ample opportunity through many steps of the way to be asked for this, which would have not led us to this point of this redesign here in this moment in time. We can't approve this application the way it's being proposed here today, because there is going to be the need for additional provisions to be added to that list of special exceptions to make that. And I think realistically what we'll have to do is have the architects redesign these buildings and then analyze them again and make sure that we get it right. Because the last thing I want to do is pass a bylaw and then have the architects tell me that something else doesn't comply. We have to do like a further variance or something along to make those work. So basically my request to council here is, I agree with staff's recommendation that this is in conformity with the official plan and this land use is appropriate for this area, but we're requesting that council do not, I guess, require the road winding for this matter. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. Wow. Councilor Cloutier.
Through you, Chair. Thanks for pointing that out. I didn't pick up on that. Could we not take the whole building and move the building back to where the whole, so you don't have to change the design of the building, but take the building and move it back, and the only thing we have to improvise is the 4-meter backyard, rather than, we're not changing any design, the cost to you is not going up, the cost to the end user, which is the person that buys the place, and it just goes back to smaller backyards, and we still have our road for the front, and we never have to get into the other complications for the near future. Because if you're bumping the garage back, you're going to 4 meters. So why not move the whole building into one straight design that's easier for the developer?
I think the backyards are already tiny. I don't know.
But I mean, in a lot of, if you go into other cities, A lot of backyards are pretty small to begin with. You know, you go down to bigger centers, and this is different circumstances that I think maybe we should, you're still, if you bump that garage back to 4 meters, you're still making the backyard small. That's what I'm saying. So you might as well make the whole backyard small.
Mayor Alcock?
Thank you, Chair Stone. I would love a response to Councillor Cloutier's question, if that would resolve the issue by just moving the entire thing back.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, I guess yes, from a technical standpoint, that could happen. Two things. One is we would need a further encroaching rear yard setback reduction.
Yep.
We're already going from 7.5 to 6, so we need to be down to 4 at least. And I don't know if that would require recirculation for another public meeting, because
the question-
there was an objection from the neighbor next door to the reduction in the rear yard setback.
So I would ask our Richard for a response on that.
So I do have the engineering concept drawing that I can show you. There are things in the rear yards that we would have to be careful about, and those are those soak-away pits that take the rooftop drainage. But it does appear that the garage at least could be moved back, and what we did miss is the relief that would be required for that. So there would need to be relief to allow for the garages to be, to reduce the rear yard to 4 meters for that. So we could do it that way, unless there's anything else in the provisions that would be problematic. Or the other thing we could do is we could work with Savas on the actual zoning bylaw to make sure that we capture everything prior to its passage at council next on the 25th. So that's an option too.
Can you explain to me about the road widening? You know, what are the odds that we're actually going to widen that road to the extent that we're talking about?
So the road widening, obviously our preferred was to get the full 3 meters, and it's a compromise to just get the 1.93. But the issue with this stretch of Highview is it's a rural standard right now, so it doesn't meet the width of an urban road. So even if we didn't put sidewalks in, widening it this little bit would help to achieve that urban standard. So it's a gain from that perspective. So I guess that's what I would say in response to that.
I know that there's going to be discussion about, we don't widen the road, but we ask them to put in a paved trail, almost a sidewalk, instead of the road widening. And before I go to that, I'm going to go to Mayor Alcock, because she's going to speak to that particular point.
And I think, yes, thank you, Chair Stone. I think we're bumping up the same issue, though, and that is you still need the space, right? In order, whether it's a sidewalk or if it's a paved shoulder or something, I hear what Richard just said. Currently, the road is not up to a standard. If you want to ride a bike or walk along that road, it's not safe. And so the issue is, and I respect, Savas, what you said about, you know, it was previously approved in 2014 and 2017. At that time, we didn't have 5 multi-residential buildings being built at the top of the hill. We also didn't have a petition from people in the entire area saying that they're really concerned about their safety. And there's a lot of development. They're not opposed to the development, but what they really want us to pay attention to is how they walk and they ride and do all of those things. So I'm really loath to say we'll waive the allowance when we're trying to live up to what I believe this council has said it will do. So if there's another way to maintain the allowance, and whether it's for I'm not sure sidewalks is the answer, because I think we'll get more bang for our buck if we put in a paved something pathway, but it still needs that space in order to do it, right? We can't eat into the area where you're building. So, comments?
All right, so.
Go ahead. I can answer that.
Deputy Mayor Armour?
Thanks, Chair Stone. I was just curious because we have Michael here from engineering. I wondered, can we steal a meter from the other side of the road? I'm not really sure where the center line is in that road and where the road allowance runs on each side. So I'm just wondering if there's any compromise there.
Richard, can you speak to that?
So yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So we would only be able to do that through the development process. So it's the development process that allows us to ask for this dedication for road widening purposes under the Planning Act. The other way to do it would be expropriation, and that would be paying market value for all of that land. So what we do in a situation like this is we figure out what we need for the road widening to get the 20-meter optimal road, but then we don't ask for it all on one side of the road. And that's why, in this instance, I think we're splitting the difference, and we're saying 1.93 is okay. And I guess we would have to look at the road width if any of those other applications came in. And I think what we learned in this situation is we need to start thinking about this more. And talking about the road widths that we have and making sure that when we get these development applications in, we do ask for this. And Michael is here, and he does have views on this too that he'd be happy to answer or share.
All right, follow up?
No, I guess I guess the original road allowance running through there never met municipal standards. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay, thanks.
Councilor Cluche? All right. Councilor Clark?
Thank you, Chair Stone. The lack of road widening for sure concerns me. I echo a lot of what Mayor Alcock just said. You know, like for all the reasons that were just talked about, like where are people going to walk in the wintertime if there's no room for paved shoulders? There's no, where are we gonna plan to put future sidewalks? We have no idea what else will be developed on this particular area. And so to not have a plan is no plan. And I kind of feel that's where this is at right now. We need to have a plan for the future, and I really feel that not having the road widening is a concern for me in that specific area.
Councilor Cluche?
Through you, Chair. I think we should go to our maximum capacity of our, what is it, 13.85 for the road, and let them move the building back so that we can achieve that. Because I've been here for a year now, and it started a year ago with the complaints about the traffic, the extra buildings from the Devonley, the other Highview Estates, I think it is, and everybody that goes down through there to get out to Highway 60, which is a very multiple problem. I think that road's even going to get busier in the future, as we all know, and as it has. So I mean, if we smaller backyards, the cost to developers not going to hurt, like I said earlier. I think it's just a common sense solution that we get our full road and they get their full driveways without us shoving an extra cost onto the developer to do this.
Councilor Fitzgerald?
Thanks, Chair Stone. Confirm the width we need to obtain here for this road widening. I know we heard the number, but what do we need to change it to? Is 1.3 or 1.8? I can't remember the number.
So I do have a slide that shows it. So these are approximate numbers, but 17.7 meters is the allowance, the road allowance north of the site. The purple line shows that in front of the site, it's approximately 13.85 meters. And so in order to get a full 17.7, consistent 17.7 meter road allowance width, you would ask for 3.85 meters. But because of the constrained nature of the site, we halved that to 1.93 meters. So it's still not what we would prefer, but it does allow for the flexibility that you need in a situation where you've got a rural road and you want to potentially improve it one day. The one thing about, it hasn't been raised yet, but I know at some point you want to raise, someone will want to raise that instead of cash in lieu of a sidewalk, why don't we have a paved shoulder or a pedestrian path along this area? And it is the preference of the operations department that they do take cash in lieu because nothing has been designed yet. And there's no commitments to any sidewalks in this area. Everyone knows there's a missing link and that pedestrian connectivity in this area is important. But at this point, their preference would be to take the cash in lieu so that they can do the design. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Just to,
All right,
I know the
yes.
question will come up.
No, you're right.
I don't. Follow up?
Yeah, Councillor Fitzgerald.
So, can you throw that back up there? The actually, it's 1 point, you went halfway. What is the actual dimension?
1.93.
1.93.
93.
But you need the space in front to accommodate the cars. How much spare space is there in front? I see there's a line denoted in front of the driveways for the parking. Who can ever answer the question? Someone
Savas?
needs answers here.
We've shown a 6-meter long driveway, which is what the minimum standard width or length is for a parking space. My suggestion that I was going to throw out there, which may solve all this problem, the easiest way is we can also look at reducing the parking requirement on each unit from 2 to 1. That will keep the building exactly where it is. We won't reduce the rear yard. You're just literally just taking some of their front yard, and realistically, 2 cars will still park in that driveway. The driveway won't physically change. It just means that the front lot line runs through it. So it can't be considered an official space.
So, one more follow-up. I see an advantage in moving the garages back only, not the entire units. It creates privacy for every deck. It's probably an upselling feature more than anything. Is it worth that cost to move that back, maintain that? And do we still allow it to go back another meter further, the whole thing? So we've gone from 6.4 to 6.2 to 5.2. And we still have room for the vehicles, and we need to come up with 0.73 of a meter on the front yard setback.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
I'm just curious, with all the information we're having about this, the site-specific, and with all the information from Councillor around the table, reducing parking, maybe this is something we should be deferring and have them come back again. Because there's a lot of information here, and I don't think we're going to solve the issue here today.
Mayor Alcock?
I agree with that, but what I like about it is it looks like there are several options, and we can work it out. I think you've heard that waiving the road widening is probably not going to happen, but there are ways to get around that. And it sounds like there are a few ways. So I agree with deferring it and letting you guys figure it out. What's best, whatever works best.
Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Stone. I know that you'd like to move on, so I'll be quick. I would be in favor of deferring because I don't want to come up with a solution like moving the garage back when maybe like the more corners you add, the more expensive it is for the developer. So he might say, no, thank you. So I think I'd rather have Savas and Richard work together on a solution. I think the best solution I've heard yet is that you can still park in the driveway, we reduce the requirements and move on. But I echo all the comments about needing that safety. So, but the one thing I wonder is, I do sympathize with the developer that it came late. I know that we try to avoid that, but I think, Richard, when you were presenting, you mentioned something. We wanted X, and in lieu, we went for this. So was there a reason why it came in on August 28th?
Yes, so good question. Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Through the development process and through coming to this council and having a public meeting, there were concerns raised about traffic in the area and the impacts that this development could have, and it maybe exacerbate those problems. So you're right. What we did is we said, let's have a traffic impact letter, not a traffic impact study, not a traffic impact brief, just a letter to address those concerns head on. But in lieu of that, because it was felt that that was unwarranted, that's why we explored this, and that's why we went with it. So yeah, that's the genesis. And this stuff does come up through the public process. So it was the concerns we heard.
All right. So a motion to defer is, okay, we've got 1, 2, okay. Sure. All right, and put Nancy up there. Is that fine? All right. Moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that the matter of zoning bylaw amendment application Z30 2022 HTE be postponed until such time as the applicant has addressed outstanding concerns, including additional detail regarding road widening to be addressed. Questions? Mayor Alcock wants to drag it out.
No, I don't want to drag it
I'm
out.
kidding,
I
I'm
think-
kidding, I'm
yeah,
kidding.
But I do think that it is putting the onus on the applicant, whereas what the direction was to work out that particular problem, right? And so I don't know, I'm sure it's fine. It sounds a bit different.
You guys will
We-
work together on that?
We get it. Really, the onus is for the two of you to work out
Deputy
the
Mayor
best
Armour?
solution for, right?
I just want to say, I think Savas knows where we're going with this, so, yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's fine. So, no other comments? Sorry about that. All in favor? Here we go. Deferred. All right. Oh, Jesus. I need something. I need a shot of rye. All right. All right, Richard, you're going to talk to us briefly about the housekeeping amendments.
Is that the next thing on the agenda? Okay. So very briefly, we have compiled a list of recommended additional housekeeping amendments for the community planning permit bylaw. They're all listed in attachments to the staff report. So I won't go through all of them, but if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to take them. Thanks.
Thank you. I thought, I read them all, and they were all very reasonable to me. Yeah. Any other questions about these housekeeping amendments to the CPP?
And just to be clear, we're not doing it. You're directing us to start a housekeeping amendment.
Oh.
Yes.
All right.
We haven't initiated anything yet.
All right. For this? Moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Cloutier. Be it resolved that staff commence a housekeeping amendment to Community Planning Permit Bylaw 2022-97 as amended to address staff recommended amendments as outlined in attachment number 1 and number 2 to report DEV 2023-104. Comments? All in favor? And that's carried. All right, and we're getting there. Now, Richard, you're speaking to Woodstream?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'll be really brief. So this is a very technical application. The developer at Woodstream is requesting an extension to their part lot control bylaw for an additional 1 year to allow them to build out the rest of their townhouse units. So that's what the purpose of this is for.
All right, any comments or questions? Seeing none? Moved by Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that Planning Council approve the bylaw for part lot control as it pertains to blocks 31 and 32, Plan 35M-760, Geographic Township of Chaffey, and further that the bylaw be forwarded to the next council meeting for approval. All in favor? And that's carried. All right, is this a motion? All right. It's late, we're tired, we're down to the very last item of new business. So I'm going to read this motion, and then we can discuss it. So, moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Whereas the town of Huntsville and the district municipality of Muskoka recognize that there is an affordable and attainable housing need, and whereas council has identified a specific need for rental housing, be it resolved that Planning Council directs staff to create criteria for evaluating mid-rise, 5 to 6 story, multiple dwelling residential buildings within the Huntsville urban settlement area that would not significantly impact vistas and the natural beauty of the surrounding area. So, comments, questions, dialogue? Councillor Morrison.
Just quick comment, it's a slam dunk. We have to go there, so I think we can just vote on it and move on.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair Stone. Just a few comments. I agree with Scott for sure. This is a very important issue. I'd just like to make a couple comments about that we need to consider permanent apartment buildings, 5 to 6 stories in height in areas that would be appropriate. Not just condos or townhomes that are being built for rentals, because it can be difficult to maintain those as rentals in the long term. So I think a solid solution is to build more rentals, and in an apartment building style would 100% remain permanent is a good solution for that. And so I know.
I support what Councillor Clark is saying. I had just interpreted that motion as such, but you're right. Sometimes condos are built with the intention of renting, and that's not the same, and that's not what we're talking about. So if your motion does a lot to clarify that, then I'm absolutely supportive, and thank you for raising that.
All right. To that end, we do have a motion to substitute. Which, Deputy Mayor Armour.
I was just going to say I'd second that.
Okay. So, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that the following resolution, be it resolved that the Planning Council directs staff to create criteria for evaluating mid-rise, multiple residential buildings within the Huntsville urban settlement area that would not significantly impact vistas and natural beauty of the surrounding area be substituted as follows. Be it resolved that Planning Council directs staff to create criteria for evaluating mid-rise, 5 to 6 story, multiple dwelling residential buildings, specifically to include, but not limited to, rental apartment-style buildings within the Huntsville urban settlement area that would not significantly impact vistas and natural beauty of the surrounding area. As part of the evaluation, staff are to be directed to look for ways through zoning controls or other options to ensure that any multiple residential buildings that are constructed on the premise of rental units remain as rental units. Is that clear? Is there discussion around that? Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thanks, Chair Stone. Just a quick one. I'm just wondering, can we zone something that says it has to be rental units? Like, can we
Maxwell?
dictate that?
Good question. Thank you, Chair Stone. It's something that the province has been trying to implement through their inclusionary zoning, that some of the units in a multi-residential building have to stay at a certain affordable rate. I'm not sure how we would address it with the CPP specifically. We do have policies that prevent multiple residential buildings from be turning into condominium ownership buildings, that we can control things that way, but it's something that we're going to have to look at and see what options we can come up with and how we could implement things that would achieve that, so.
Any other comments or questions? All right, on the wording of the substitution, all in favor? And the motion as substituted, all in favor? And that's carried. Moved by Councilor Morrison, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that confirmation bylaw 2023-89 be received, numbered, and read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed this 13th day of September 2023. All in favor? I gotta read that?
No, just sign it.
Jesus. All right. All right, before I read the final motion, I just wanted to welcome Lisa Gillen, who wants to get the hell out of here. But she is new to planning, and we're going to see her speak to us at the table. Moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Mayor Alcock. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 5:13 p.m. All in favor?